Chapter 412. Shi Chen was killed by him. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Hearing the words that Shi Lan spat out, Chu Hen's pupils could not help but faintly shrink. The corners of his eyes emitted an ice-cold chill. It's him? When they were at the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, Chu Hen had already noticed something was off with Shi Lan. However, he did not expect Lang Li to be the murderer of Shi Lan's brother. Now that he thought about it, he could not help but wonder how much hatred and pain Shi Lan had to bear at that time. Shi Lan did not lose her rationality even though she was faced with her enemy. However, Chu Hen knew Shi Lan was not afraid of Lang Li. She just did not want others to be implicated. After all, Lang Li's cultivation base was ranked second among the 7 absolutes. Coupled with the fact that the Azura Sect's group had more people than the Thousand Crane Sect, the Thousand Crane Sect would definitely be at a disadvantage if they fought. Furthermore, at that time, Chu Hen was also by his side. Shi Lan was unwilling to see Chu Hen being implicated. Due to these reasons, she forcefully suppressed the hatred in her heart. Shi Lan's eyes were filled with sorrow when she thought about Shi Chen's death. Her watery eyes were filled with a heart-wrenching grief. Chu Hen instinctively placed his hand on Shi Lan's shoulder and pulled her into his arms. He gave her a comforting hug. "Don't worry, teacher. If I have the chance, I'll definitely take Lang Li's head for you." Shi Lan's delicate body trembled slightly as she shook her head lightly. She did not say anything and only leaned quietly on Chu Hen's chest. After a while, Shi Lan's emotions gradually calmed down. Although she had turned her face away when she got up, Chu Hen could still see the faint traces of tears at the corner of her eyes. "You must be tired after traveling from the 10,000 Beasts Ridge for more than 10 days. You should be tired. Rest early today. If there's anything, you can look for me at Star Charm Peak." "All right." Chu Hen nodded and agreed softly. Then Shi Lan left on her own. Looking at his opponent's back as he walked through the air, a determined expression appeared on Chu Hen's face. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I will definitely avenge you." Night time. The sky was densely packed with stars, embellishing the vast universe. Chu Hen sat upright on the bed in the room, meditating like a boulder. "From today onwards, I can start cultivating the 2nd level of the 7-star Saint Scripture, the Sun Genesis chapter," Chu Hen muttered to himself. As for the light-shaking technique of the 1st layer of the 7-star Scripture, he had already mastered it a long time ago, and he had also mastered the 3 techniques contained within it. It was roughly the same as the light-shaking technique. Previously, he had only drawn the power of the light-shaking star into his body, but once he started cultivating the Sun Genesis chapter, he would be able to draw the power of the Sun Genesis star into his dantian. He would be able to absorb twice the amount of 7 stars' energy compared to before, and his cultivation speed would also be twice as fast. The opening Sun chapter only contained a single technique. However, the lethality of this technique far surpassed the power of the Alcade chapters, Alcade Star Flash, and Alcade Slash. As for the Alioth chapter, Migra's chapter, Fekta chapter, Merak chapter, and Dubhi chapter, they all only contained 1 technique, but without a doubt, the further one progressed, the stronger the techniques would be. Similarly, the further one progressed in the 7-star Saint Scripture, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Immediately, Chu Hen adjusted his body's condition to its peak. Then, starting from the Alcade chapter circulation route, he began to cultivate towards the Yang opening chapter, Wang Wang. Along with a wave of extremely obscure and powerful energy ripples, a silver beam of light that originated from the Alcade star descended from the sky in the vast and endless 9 firmaments. It pierced downwards and connected the heaven and earth like a holy radiance. It endlessly gathered the power of the stars into Chu Hen's body. As the powerful power of the 7 stars entered his body, a faint silver glow appeared around Chu Hen's body. The vigorous power flowed through his meridians and gathered towards the Yuan Dan in his dantian's dantian. Compared to the ordinary spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the power of the stars was many times stronger. Chu Hen's Yuan Dan rapidly absorbed this power, stabilizing and increasing the strength of his true origin energy. 10,000 Sky Peak. The bright moon hung high in the sky under an ancient tree. A pot of wine and a black and white chess game. I say, sect leader, we've already played this game for 6 hours. I'm afraid that we won't be able to decide the winner even if the sun rises. Why don't we stop here and continue this game another day? The one who spoke was an old man dressed in white. The old man had a kind look, white hair, and a youthful face. He gave off the feeling that he was an otherworldly expert. In front of him sat a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 40s. The man's eyebrows reached his temples, and he had an imposing appearance. His eyes were as bright as the stars, shining brightly. In front of the two of them was a chess game. The black and white chess pieces were evenly matched like fire and water. However, neither of them had much of an advantage. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. He picked up a black chess piece between his fingers and steadily placed it on the chessboard. There's no need to wait for another day. Ha! Clack! The chess piece landed, making a crisp sound. The kind-looking old man was stunned at first. Then his eyes widened as he looked at the other party with a surprised expression. You? Huh? The middle-aged man's face was filled with pride. He raised his wine cup and filled the empty cups in front of the two of them. Great elder, can you still save the game this time? The old man smiled as he shook his head. Sect Master's skill in chess is growing more and more brilliant. Congratulations. After so many years, I've finally won against you once. The middle-aged man revealed a relaxed smile. After that, they raised their cups and drank together. Eh? The middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed with surprise. The old man was puzzled. What? The middle-aged man didn't answer him immediately. His eyes were filled with vigor as he gazed towards the direction of the 1,000 Crane sect. Wham! Whoosh! After that, a strand of strange energy, fluctuations, swept out from within him, and then a wisp of bright light actually flickered at the center of his forehead. After that, something shocking occurred. The mark of light at the center of his forehead slowly split open, and then a vertical, dark, golden eye appeared there. Heaven's eye! The middle-aged man shouted in his heart. Rumble! In the next moment, a strand of dazzling golden light erupted from the vertical heaven's eye. The light was like an enormous fan that swept out and instantly enveloped the heavens and the earth in front of him. The old man instantly frowned, and he revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 413. What's that? The Grand Elder of the 1,000 Crane sect had a surprised expression on his face as he gazed at the vast space ahead of him. A faint beam of silver starlight descended from the sky, and it shot into one of the mountains of the 1,000 Crane sect and connected the heavens and the earth. That's the energy of the 7 stars. The Grand Elder frowned slightly while his wise gaze revealed a trace of a fierce glow. Sect Master, have you found out who did it? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone carried slight bewilderment. It seems to have come from a remote mountain. A remote mountain. The Grand Elder seemed to take it seriously. Could it be that our sect has been recruiting new disciples recently because of one of them? Someone capable of drawing the energy of the stars into their bodies isn't an ordinary person at all. I'm just afraid that it might be a spy from another sect. The middle-aged man smiled and said, There's no need to be so sensitive, Grand Elder. The 100 Kingdoms Prefecture is vast and filled with geniuses. So it isn't surprising for 1 or 2 people to be able to draw upon the energy of the stars to cultivate. Sect Master is enlightened. It was I who was narrow-minded. Ha ha, Grand Elder, you're thinking for the sake of the sect. How could you be narrow-minded? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man intended to withdraw his eye of heaven. However, right at this moment, Oam, oam. Along with the powerful aura of energy, a second ray of dazzling silver light descended from the vast sky that was densely covered in stars. Starlight rained down through the sky like a silver river that had descended from the 9 heavens. Both rays of starlight converged at the same spot, and it was rather mysterious and unfathomable. The expressions of the Grand Elder and sect master changed once more, and they couldn't help but reveal slight surprise and bewilderment. After that, the middle-aged man raised his head, and the dark golden vertical eye at the center of his brows looked up into the sky. The gorgeous radiance emanating from the eye of heaven swept out like an enormous fan, and when looked at from afar, it formed an enormous golden funnel. So that's how it is. After a short period of scanning, the gorgeous golden radiance was swiftly restrained, and then the vertical eye between the middle-aged man's brows slowly closed. A wisp of light flashed before it vanished. At the same time, the 2 silver beams of light that connected heaven and earth disappeared from their sight again. The first beam came from the Alcade star, and the second beam came from the Mizar star. The middle-aged man said with certainty. The first elder raised his brows and said, "In that case, this person can borrow the power of the 7 stars to cultivate." That's right. This can be considered a rather special ability. If it wasn't for the sect master's heavenly eye bloodline boundary, we wouldn't have been able to discover this. The great elder's tone carried a hint of admiration. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the top of the cliff and seemed to be deep in thought. "Sect leader, why are you silent?" Great elder asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man shook his head and said meaningfully, "It's nothing. I just suddenly feel that the 100 Kingdoms province has not been peaceful recently." The night breeze blew gently, and the night was picturesque. Xingyun Peak. In a unique and elegant room, a young lady with long purple hair was quietly leaning on the edge of the window-sill. Her delicate eyes were like water as she stared at the pavilion outside in a daze, the evening dress that was like sand wrapped around her exquisite and perfect figure. Under the hazy moonlight, Shilan's exquisite and beautiful face was as beautiful as a fairy. At this moment, the scene in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge appeared in Shilan's mind. At that critical moment, she almost couldn't help but want to push Chu Hen away. Then, the 2 of them woke up at the same time in the valley. They were so close to each other, and the temperature and calm aura on each other's body, as well as that moment of embarrassment and helplessness unknowingly, the corners of Shilan's rosy lips curled up slightly. She raised her pretty face slightly and leaned against the windowsill. Her beautiful eyes were lightly closed as she slowly sank into a relaxed state. The bright silver moonlight shone on Shilan's face, causing her fair skin to be even more beautiful, like snow. Buzz. At this moment, strands of colorful saint light suddenly spread out from Shilan's body. The colorful light was like a divine rainbow as it lingered around Shilan's body. A strange and powerful energy was released. However, Shilan seemed to not have heard it. Her breathing was still even and calm. However, at this moment, her beautiful face looked faintly beautiful and enchanting. A night flew by. When the sky turned white, Chu Hen, who had been cultivating the sun opening chapter for an entire night, slowly opened his eyes. His bright eyes emitted a dazzling light. The strength of 2 7 stars energy is really different. Chu Hen was pleasantly surprised. Compared to before, the speed of absorbing the 7 stars energy was more than twice as fast as before. Feeling the surging stars energy in his body, Chu Hen's whole body was full of energy, and his spirit was refreshed. This was only the 2nd level of the sun opening chapter. If he cultivated to the 7th level, the Dubhi chapter, he would be able to absorb the 7 stars energy at the same time. How fast would the growth of his strength be? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. It's a pity that the 7-star scripture can only be cultivated at night. If I can also cultivate during the day, I believe it won't be long before I can break through to the second level of the void-piercing realm, Chu Hen muttered to himself. Immediately, Chu Hen calmed the restless breath in his body, then got up and walked out of the room. Creak! When the door opened, an abundant aura of heaven and earth rushed in. Compared to the time in Tensei Prefecture, it was like a completely different world. No wonder many people who studied martial arts wanted to enter the sect. It was a completely different concept from the martial academies. Qi Ting didn't come back all day? Chu Hen glanced at the empty courtyard. He hadn't seen Qi Ting since yesterday, when he said he was going to familiarize himself with the 1,000 Crane sect's environment. He must have encountered something that attracted him. After that, Chu Hen also immediately left the little forest peak. He randomly chose a direction and flew towards it. After all, the 1,000 Crane sect might become his temporary foothold in the future, so it was necessary to learn more about it. He had to admit that the 1,000 Crane sect was really vast. At first glance, he could see all kinds of magnificent buildings on the steep peaks. There were also grand and majestic ancient palaces, vast Dao platform plaza, iron chains, four-sided fighting arenas, and many other majestic buildings. Although it was only early in the morning, countless young disciples had gathered at the various venues for their morning exercises. Some were tempering their bodies, some were flying on swords, and many were sparring. He had never seen such a scene in the Sacred Star Dynasty. Chu Hen more or less felt a sense of surprise and novelty. A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. The energy in this area seems to be a little active. With a bit of curiosity, Chu Hen's body moved and he flew in a direction. Shortly after, an imposing and majestic huge mountain stream appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. In the center of the mountain stream stood a mountain range. This mountain range was slightly lower than the surrounding mountains, and it gave off a feeling of being surrounded in the center. On top of the mountain peak, there was a wide Dao platform. The platform was clearly layered, and its surface was paved with thick limestone slabs. At the center of the plaza stood a giant boulder. It was oval in shape, and its surface was as smooth as if it had been polished with sandpaper. It was about 30 meters wide and 50 meters tall, and from a distance, it looked like a huge egg. Chu Hen flew down and steadily landed on the platform in a flash. The others around him looked at him in surprise, as if they were curious about Chu Hen's unfamiliar face. Chu Hen did not care about other people's gazes and slowly approached the huge rock. He found that there were many people sitting around the huge rock, cultivating with their eyes closed. At the same time, Chu Hen could clearly feel that the closer he got to the huge rock, the more active the various energy elements between heaven and earth were, and the more concentrated the spiritual energy was. Newcomer? A clear and bright voice was transmitted to Chu Hen's ears. Looking to the side, what entered his eyes was a young face with small eyes. Looking at this person, Chu Hen could not help but think of Hausi, who had left with the thief rat. They both had small round eyes. Yes, Chu Hen nodded politely. I'm a temporary disciple, and I'm going to participate in the assessment in a few days. Oh! The man with small eyes was surprised. Not bad. Seems like you have some connections. Hee. Which elder of the sect are you related to? Actually, there was no such thing as a temporary disciple in the 1,000 Crane sect. Once one passed the assessment, one would become an official disciple, and if one didn't participate in the assessment, then one would naturally have no relationship with the 1,000 Crane sect. Under normal circumstances, those who weren't members of the 1,000 Crane sect were unable to stay in the sect. However, if one had some connections, then one could stay in the 1,000 Crane sect before participating in the assessment and wait for the new disciples to take the assessment. It was comparatively easier and more convenient. That was why the term temporary disciple existed. So, as far as the man with small eyes was concerned, Chu Hen was probably a relative of an elder, and that was why he could stay in the sect before becoming an official disciple of the Thousand Crane sect. Chu Hen smiled and didn't provide any explanation. However, the man was rather friendly. I'm Zhang Dian. You can call me Dian. What's your name? Dian? Chu Hen couldn't help but chuckle as he gazed at the man's small eyes. This name is really fitting, and he really should open his eyes wider. Brother Dian, do you need something? Zhang Dian waved his hand, and then he pointed at the huge rock in front of him and said, You seem rather interested in Heavenly Meteor. Heavenly Meteor? A wisp of surprise arose in Chu Hen's eyes. Yes. Zhang Dian was delighted in his heart when he saw Chu Hen's interest. He'd firmly believed that Chu Hen was a relative of an elder, and he felt that he had to get on good terms with such a person. Supposedly, this heavenly meteor is a meteor that fell from the sky a few hundred years ago. It was brought back by an elder of our sect, and he refined it into a treasure that assists in cultivation. Chu Hen asked, What's special about it? I believe you've definitely noticed it. When you get close to this heavenly meteor, your senses towards the various elemental energies in the world would improve by a few times. To put it simply, it's like a cultivation accelerator. Zhang Dian patted his hands together, and then he spoke in high spirits. You can give it a try if you don't believe me. See if you can clearly sense the elemental energies that are usually difficult to sense now. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't hesitate to circulate the 7-star scriptures cultivation technique. After a short moment of silence, Chu Hen's brows instantly raised, and he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Chapter 414. When he got close to the heavenly meteor, he could sense the power of the 7 stars. Chu Hen's heart lit up, and a hint of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. In this case, he could cultivate the 7-star scripture during the day and absorb the power of the stars to increase his cultivation speed. How is it? Little brother, I didn't lie to you, did I? Yes, thank you for telling me. You're welcome. We're brothers from now on, so if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Little brother, don't be in such a hurry to cultivate. Let's have a chat first. Which elder's relative are you? Without waiting for Zhang Dian to finish speaking, Chu Hen already impatiently found a suitable empty seat and sat down. Then he started to circulate the Alcade chapter and Yang opening chapter, entering a state of cultivation. Zhang Dian pursed his lips in dissatisfaction when he sensed the true energy fluctuations coming from Chu Hen's body. Don't tell me he's a cultivation maniac. With the help of the heavenly meteor, the true energy in Chu Hen's body became very active, and the speed at which it circulated was 2 to 3 times faster than normal. Very quickly, the silver beam of light that originated from the Alcade star descended from the sky. Like a strand of silver spring that flew down from the 9th heaven, it directly entered Chu Hen's body. Afterwards, the second beam of star energy that originated from the Mizar star also appeared. It similarly transformed into surging energy that flowed into the Dantian's Qi Si and fused with the origin core. Chu Hen knew that no one else could see the 2 silver beams of light except for him. As a result, he could cultivate the 7-star scripture without any fear and enjoy the energy fusing into his body even faster than last night. Chu Hen was pleasantly surprised. This heavenly meteor stone was truly a treasure. As expected, the sect's foundation and cultivation resources were not something a dynasty's martial academy could compare to. In the blink of an eye, the day passed and night arrived. At night, many thousand Crane sect disciples who had come to cultivate gathered around the heavenly meteor. At night, the 2 beams of light in the sky above Chu Hen were especially dazzling, as if they were divine radiance condensed from starlight. However, even if it was so, not a single person nearby noticed Chu Hen's peculiarity. At most, they could see the faint silver light around Chu Hen's body, but they could not detect anything else. The spacious heavenly meteor square was quiet. Occasionally, there were light footsteps and people talking in low voices. The 1,000 crane sex disciples would not make a ruckus here. Birds chirped in the mountains, and the mountains were quiet. The mountains were quiet, and the mountains of the mountains and the mountains of the meteor, following the increasingly strong power of the 7 stars merging into his dantian. The aura emitted by the Yuan Dan in Chu Hen's body became increasingly joyful and restless. On top of the Yuan Dan that had a gentle light lingering around it, a long and narrow crack was like one of the strokes of an ancient rune. Vigorous and sharp! A crack! It of the void. If there were 9 cracks, it meant that it was at the 9th rank. It was obvious that Chu Hen was quite far away from the latter levels. OM! OM! Suddenly, Chu Hen issued a command in his heart, and his consciousness immediately entered the depths of his dantian. It didn't take long for Chu Hen's consciousness to arrive at a strange space. The 9 heavens, the chaotic Milky Way, in the vast and boundless chaos world. An incomparably huge black shadow guarded this part of the world like a fiend god. A shuddering aura filled the sky in all directions. In the area in front of the huge black shadow, there was a pair of purple demonic eyes. The demonic eyes were like the eyes of a peerless demonic god, looking down at the common people and staring at the land below. However, on one side was an enormous figure, and on the other was a pair of evil eyes. A ferocious and violent sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow was actually being suppressed at the center of these 2 strange forces. Screech! A resounding cry that seeped into one's soul carried a strand of strange magic. This kind of power made one's heart palpitate and fear. A strange veil of light condensed around the sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow. The veil of light was a huge transparent cube, sealing off all 6 directions of the sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow. 2 different colors of light floated on the surface of the huge transparent cube. One was a dense black light, and the other was a demonic purple light. Chaotic body, sacred demonic pupil body. Chu Hen couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he possessed these 2 powerful bloodlines. If it was any other ordinary bloodline, not to mention being unable to suppress the power of the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird, he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. Of course, Chu Hen could also see that the sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow's power was worlds apart from before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily trapped in his body. Screech! Perhaps sensing that Chu Hen was spying on it, the sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow was particularly angry. Dense golden flames bloomed all over his body like rising flames. The pair of gorgeous, colorful wings set off heavy waves of heat, constantly attacking in all directions. Bang, bang, wave after wave of majestic power collided with the huge transparent cube, causing waves of violent tremors. Chu Hen suddenly felt as if the inside of his body was overturned and his blood was restless. Humph! Chu Hen snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "I advise you to behave. You're in my territory now. I don't care if you're an ancient demon or an emperor of all beasts. It's your bad luck to run into me." These words were rather domineering, but in reality, Chu Hen didn't have much confidence. He had personally witnessed the sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow's ferocity and terror. If it were to self-destruct like it did in the 10,000 Beast Ridge, just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Screech! The sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow completely ignored Chu Hen's warning. The disturbance it caused became greater and greater. Various violent powers constantly collided against the suppression of the chaotic body and the sacred demonic eye body. Its cold eyes shone with a cold light that was as frightening as a sword. God damn it! Chu Hen groaned inside. It really wasn't a good thing to keep something like that in his body. The tremendous energy surged like an undercurrent in the deep sea. His Dantian sea of qi was thrown into chaos, as if it could explode at any time. He couldn't keep it in his body. It was like a temporarily dormant volcano. No one knew when it would erupt. However, Chu Hen also had no way of sending it away. With his current strength, he could only suppress it with the power of his 2 bloodlines. He could not expel it. I'll get teacher to ask the elders of the 1,000 Crane sect for help. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, but he dismissed the idea very quickly. Once an elder of the 1,000 Crane sect assisted him. His secret of possessing the chaotic body and the sacred body of the demon I would most likely be exposed. Whether it would be a blessing or a curse at that time was not something that could be easily determined. As a result, Chu Hen was truly troubled. He couldn't chase it away, nor could he ask for help. Did he really have to let it hide in his body? Chu Hen secretly panicked as he watched the sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow become more and more violent, as if it was about to break through its limits. Fuck, I'm going all out. Do you think I let you be cocky in my territory? Boom! In the next moment, the brutal power of the chaotic body surged out from Chu Hen's body like a flood. The incomparably domineering black shadow set off a torrential might as it stretched out its arms towards the saint-winged, heavenly flame sparrow. Astonishing power surged out like a mountain, suppressing it. Screech! The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's presence had clearly been suppressed, but it was still extremely violent. Its cold eyes were filled with some fear and confusion. It had never thought that the puny Chu Hen would actually possess such a shocking and mysterious power. The black figure extended its arms towards the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow. The hands, shrouded in dense black light, seemed like the hands of a demonic god. Swish! 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 Shortly after, innumerable black beams of light flew out from the blazing black light. They tore through the air and penetrated through the massive, transparent cube, shooting towards the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow at the center. Screech! The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow produced a furious cry when it saw the strange streaks of black light. The golden flames around it became extraordinarily bright. At the same time, the purple demonic eye in the rear burst forth with a dazzling splendor that was comparable to the sun. The majestic purple light swept out and forced the violent aura of the sacred-winged, heavenly flame bird back. Swish! Swish! Hundreds and thousands of streaks of black light wrapped around the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's neck, body, and wings, along with the rumbling of wind and thunder. Endless black light gathered in front of the chest of the huge black figure. The surging black light slowly rotated, turning into a bizarre light vortex. Soon after, a demonic god's hand reached out from the vortex and shot towards the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow. Screech! Perhaps it knew what Chu Hen was about to do. The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow issued a sharp warning cry. Its eyes were filled with killing intent as it flapped its huge rainbow wings, raising waves of heat. Humph! I don't believe that I can't do anything to you. Chu Hen inwardly sneered. Buzz! The demonic god's hand passed through the transparent light curtain and stuck to the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's huge head. In an instant, the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's majestic, demonic energy swiftly gathered at the center of the giant hand. The multicolored holy light was as dazzling as a divine rainbow, rapidly converging at the center of his palm, forming a colorful light ball. Sensing its demonic energy being forcefully extracted, the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow was both shocked and furious. It was extremely furious. Chu Hen's intentions were extremely simple. Since he couldn't send the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow away or kill it, he would weaken it and slowly exhaust it to death very soon. Chu Hen felt that the demonic energy he had extracted had reached its highest point. If it went any lower, he would lose control of it. Buzz! Afterward, the black light around the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow dispersed, and the huge hand withdrew the rainbow ball of light. The astonishing demonic energy was like the essence of the rainbow, dazzling. However, in the next second, when the rainbow ball of light fused with the black figure of the chaotic body, an extremely powerful energy surged within Chu Hen's body, Crap, the chaotic body has absorbed the demonic energy. Chu Hen was both shocked and afraid. He was shocked because this wasn't the first time it had done this. In the past, the chaotic body had also absorbed other types of energy. He was afraid because this was the demonic energy of the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow. If he couldn't endure it, he would be done for. However, Chu Hen's reaction was clearly too late. An incomparably enormous amount of demonic energy flowed through every major meridian in his body, filling every inch of his flesh and pores. Then the powerful demonic energy quickly gathered in his Dantian's Qi Si, and like 100 rivers flowing into the ocean, it rushed into his Yuan Dan. Buzz! Buzz! The Yuan Dan violently shook as it absorbed the energy and released a dazzling light. Chapter 415. Buzz! An enormous amount of demonic power flowed through Chu Hen's meridians, filling every inch of his flesh and pores. Under the assault of such an astonishing amount of energy, the powerful demonic power quickly flowed into Chu Hen's Yuan Dan. Ka-cha! With a crisp sound, the Yuan Dan, which originally only had one crack, suddenly split open into another fine line. The crack continued to extend, resembling a vigorous stroke from an ancient rune's secret tome. Immediately after, an enormous amount of Yuan Qi that was several times stronger than before instantly erupted from Chu Hen's Yuan Dan like a flood that had broken through a dam, surging throughout his body. Second rank of the void-piercing realm. Feeling the unceasingly growing true Yuan in his body, Chu Hen's heart was instantly overjoyed. The chaotic body could actually withstand the terrifying demonic power of the sacred winged heavenly flame bird and absorb it into his body. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Shortly after, Chu Hen's consciousness once again returned to the place where the sacred winged heavenly flame bird was suppressed. The aura of the sacred winged heavenly flame bird was clearly weaker than before, and the brilliant holy splendor around its body was especially dim. It lay inside the huge transparent cube, its ice-cold eyes surging with extremely cold, killing intent and anger. The other party was angry. Chu Hen was overjoyed. He had never thought that the chaotic body could even absorb the power of this ancient demonic power. For Chu Hen, this was simply a disaster that had suddenly become a treasure. Just extracting a small portion of the other party's demonic power had allowed him to break through to the second rank of the void-piercing realm. How could this not make Chu Hen happy? If he did it a few more times, not only would he be able to effectively weaken the sacred winged heavenly flamebird's power, but he could also boost his own cultivation. Just thinking about it was enough to make him excited. If the sacred winged heavenly flame bird knew what Chu Hen was thinking, it was afraid that it would be so angry that it would self-destruct again. Speaking of which, it was really unlucky. Of all the people it could have met, it just had to meet a freak like Chu Hen, who possessed an extraordinarily powerful bloodline. A normal human wouldn't be able to endure the terrifying demonic energy of the sacred winged heavenly flame bird, but Chu Hen had forcibly assimilated it. Most people wouldn't believe such a thing if they heard it. However, this was not the first time Chu Hen had done this. Previously, when he was in the Saint Star dynasty, he had even absorbed the energy from the Beast King, the Frost Moon Devil Wolf Spirit origin liquid, and the blood essence of the bloodthirsty Razorback Dragon. Later on, during the preliminary round of the Six Nations Heaven ranking battle, he had used the street tree to devour tens of thousands of souls in the desert valley. This was basically due to the special boundary of the bloodline. However, the Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow was still a terrifying great demon. After Chu Hen's origin core fused with its demonic energy, it still reacted strangely, due to the demonic beast's power being excessively overbearing and berserk. Chu Hen's true Yuan was unable to completely fuse with it in a short period of time. This caused the major meridians in his body to have a faint feeling of being torn apart. Chu Hen did not dare to be careless. He knew very well how terrifying the Sacred Wing Heavenly Flame Sparrow was. Under such circumstances, if he was the slightest bit careless, it was very likely that extreme joy would turn into sorrow. Immediately, Chu Hen began to circulate the true origin core in his body to guide and calm the demonic energy in his body so that he could better fuse with it. Heavenly Meteor Plaza. The Thousand Crane sect's disciples that gathered here changed batch after batch. On the other hand, Chu Hen was still sitting in his original position like a boulder. He did not move in the slightest. The silvery starlight faintly covered Chu Hen's body. At the same time, other than the power of the stars, there were also strands of golden flames lingering around Chu Hen's body. This strange golden flame caused the temperature around Chu Hen to be quite scorching. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that even the space was slightly distorted. Sitting here for a few days in a row, it was inevitable that Chu Hen would attract attention. Look at that person. He's been sitting here for 4 whole days. That face is quite unfamiliar. Is he new? He should be a temporary disciple. It's good to have connections. He can enjoy some of the sect's basic cultivation resources even before he officially joins the sect. So what? If he can't pass the test, he'll still have to scram. At this moment, Chu Hen's aura suddenly began to converge. He slowly opened his eyes, parted his lips slightly, and lightly spat out a mouthful of gray, turbid air. I've finally calmed down that overbearing, demonic power. A relaxed smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. Although the process was slightly troublesome, it was still manageable. Feeling the abundant true essence in his dantian, he was pleasantly surprised to have broken through to the second stage of the void-piercing realm in such a short time. His biggest gain was naturally finding a way to deal with the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow. It turned out that this so-called ancient demon wasn't that difficult to deal with. Chu Hen was secretly delighted. Hey brother, you're still here? You're really diligent. Don't tell me you've been sitting here for 4 days? A loud voice came from above. Following that, a young figure flashed to Chu Hen's side. It was the pair of small eyes Zhengdian. Chu Hen was in a very good mood. He smiled faintly. Yes, I was just about to leave. Hee, where are you going? After cultivating for so many days, it must be boring. Come, I'll take you to watch a show. Watch a show? Watch what show? Of course it's a good show. Zhengdian's small eyes were shining, and he was beaming with joy. He was almost spitting out his saliva. I just heard that there's a temporary disciple who's extremely daring. He actually dared to provoke the Hall disciple Gu Guanyu. Now he's on the life and death arena. This is simply an unprecedented show. Tell me, isn't this the same as being kicked in the head by a donkey? He hasn't even truly stepped into the Thousand Crane sect. Yet he went to provoke a Hall disciple. This is the first time I've seen such a deranged person. Zhengdian's voice was very loud. The surrounding people were awakened by his voice. If it was a normal day, Zhengdian would definitely be scolded. However, when they heard that the temporary disciple had just provoked a Hall disciple and had even ascended to the life and death arena, they couldn't remain calm. How many people didn't like to watch a show? Moreover, it was an unprecedented show. A busybody asked, Zhengdian, which clan's elder's relative is that temporary disciple? I don't know whose relative he is. I only know he's called Qi something tongue. In any case, he's just arrogant. Qi tongue? It can't be, right? Chu Hen, who didn't intend to join in the fun, couldn't help but be stunned. That fellow has ascended the arena with a Hall disciple? Let's go. If we still don't go, then we won't be able to watch a good show. Zhengdian seemed as if he wished for the world to be in chaos, and he casually grabbed Chu Hen's arm as he said, Let's go! Brother, I'll take you to watch the show. Swoosh! Right when Zhengdian was about to touch Chu Hen's arm, a silver flowing light flashed, and then Chu Hen suddenly vanished on the spot. Zhengdian's hand grabbed empty air, and he glanced at the surroundings with a surprised expression. Where is he? one-line sky, the arena. Two enormous peaks with vast imposing auras emitted might that could hold up the heavens, and a vast square was established in the middle of these two peaks. On the vast square were numerous arenas. These arenas were circular in shape and had a diameter of almost 100 meters. Two large words were inscribed on the surface of every arena: life and death. As the saying goes, once one entered the life and death arena, the sect wouldn't look into the matter of death or injury. After all, personal enmity existed everywhere, and when enmity accumulated deeper and deeper, it could only be resolved with a battle. So, this life and death arena wasn't a place for casual sparring, and it was instead a place for settling personal enmity. In the distant mountain stream, there was a waterfall that flowed for a long time. The flat waterfall was shaped like the Milky Way that descended from the nine heavens, and it had a magnificent, imposing manner. However, an extremely intense battle was currently erupting on the life and death arena at the center. Below the arena, a large crowd was drawn over from all directions. F***K. He really is a temporary disciple. I thought it was fake. I also thought it was a joke. Good Lord, he's really amazing, and he hasn't even officially stepped into the sect yet. If he's so arrogant, what will happen in the future? Hee. Looks like there's a need to dampen the arrogance of these new disciples and reduce their drive. Don't worry, leave it to Senior Brother Gu. In the life and death arena, the target of everyone's dispute was Chi Ting. Chi Ting continued to launch fierce attacks. His opponent was a young man in his early 20s. He was tall and sturdy, and his aura was much stronger than Chi Ting. Hee. Chi Ting, we haven't seen each other for a few years, and you're still so useless. If I didn't leave the Imperial City back then, you wouldn't have been able to stand out in the Boulder Dynasty for the past few years. By right, shouldn't you be thanking me? His frivolous tone was filled with a strong sense of playfulness. Chi Teng's eyes were wide open as he shouted angrily, "I'll thank your ancestors." Rock burst fist. Buzz! Chi Ting threw a punch, and a huge power swept out. The air was filled with the sound of rolling rocks. His opponent's fist turned into rocks at an extremely fast speed, forming a layer of solid stone armor. Swoosh! Gu Guanyu moved and easily dodged the attack. Too slow. With your level, you really shouldn't be here to embarrass yourself. Wow, you're too cocky. Come on, Big Chi, I have faith in you. On the other side of the arena, Hua Shui shouted loudly. Beside her were Fu Qin, Nong Qi, Jishu Lu Qi, and Li Nanhai. Among the crowd, except for Li Nanhai, who was a little anxious, the rest were not too worried, especially Hua Shui. She was not afraid of the situation getting out of hand, so she joined in the fun. Swoosh! Suddenly, a slight sound of wind breaking came from the area behind the crowd. Nongqi raised her eyebrows and opened her red lips. Chu Hen is here! Oh, where? Hua Shui asked with her eyes wide open. Chu Hen, over here, over here. I haven't seen you for a few days. If Senior Sister Nongqi didn't tell me that your aura was nearby, I would have thought that you ran away again. Under Hua Shui's guidance, Chu Hen walked in front of them. While playing the zither, astonishment flashed in the eyes of Ji Shu and the others. Compared to a few days ago, the aura that Chu Hen gave off had clearly changed a little. It seemed that in the few days that he had disappeared, his strength had increased again. Chapter 416. What's going on? Chu Hen arrived at the life and death arena and walked to Fu Qin, Li Nanhai, and the others. I know. Hua Shui immediately said they used to be rivals in love. Later, the person that big guy Chi likes ran away with someone else, so he came to seek revenge. Rival in love. Chu Hen froze. Coming to the life and death arena for love? Lu Qi rolled her eyes at Hua Shui. Don't talk nonsense. It's not like that at all. Isn't it? Aren't they rivals in love? Hua Shui asked with her eyes wide open. Chu Hen, Li Nanhai, and the others were speechless. Lu Qi was indeed making things up. Gu Guanyu stayed in the Boulder dynasty for a period of time as well. Moreover, Qi Ting had always been suppressed and humiliated by Gu Guanyu while he was still in the Boulder dynasty. I never expected that they would encounter each other again in the Thousand Crane sect. Lu Qi's red lips moved slightly, and she explained the situation to everyone. I see. It's not a big deal. Why did they have to go to the life and death arena? Hua Shui pouted. Lu Qi shook her head and answered helplessly. You guys don't know this, but Qi Ting didn't provoke Gu Guanyu these days. Instead, Gu Guanyu kept mocking him and even brought up the things that happened in the Boulder dynasty. Qi Ting couldn't take it anymore and fought with him. After hearing Lu Qi's simple explanation, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked a little indifferent. From his recent short contact with Qi Tang, Chu Hen had some understanding of him. Qi Tang wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, but he fought with a hall-level disciple before he officially joined the sect. Qi Tang must be really angry this time, and he would only be so impulsive when he couldn't take it anymore. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to inform Senior's sister Shilan, Li Nanhai said while turning to the side. Chu Hen nodded and didn't say anything else. However, it seemed that Fu Qin Hua Shui and the others weren't anxious about it. Boom! On the arena, energy intersected and collided wantonly, and it gave rise to a wave of powerful and surging waves of air. It could be seen that Qi Ting was truly enraged. His attacks were fierce and ferocious like a wolf. He possessed a cultivation at the first stage of the void-piercing realm, and coupled with the bloodline boundary of the Golds and profound body, his combat strength caused all the spectating disciples of the Thousand Crane sect to be shocked in their hearts. However, Gu Guanyu's strength has reached the second order of the void-breaking realm, and his momentum has steadily suppressed Qi Ting. How boring. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're still at this level. At least I thought you'd give me a surprise, Gu Guanyu taunted as he fought back, and he seemed to be under no pressure at all. After all, he was a Sanctuary Division disciple. His strength naturally went without saying. It's too early for you to be happy. The show has just begun. Qi Ting roared furiously, and then a powerful aura surged into the sky. Golden sand danced in the air, covered the heavens and the earth, and instantly enveloped more than half of the arena. Along with the mighty aura that was surging like a tide, the endless golden sand fell like rain and attacked Gu Guanyu from all directions. Sandstorm. The fine grains of sand were extremely swift, and every single one of them was like a sharp needle that was extremely penetrative and lethal. Gu Guanyu sneered. A gray light shone from his body, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Then Gu Guanyu lifted his leg and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A gray light curtain rose in front of his body. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the gray screen of light was actually a layer of sticky mud, and it seemed as if it had been moved from a swamp. Bang! 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 The dense golden sand continuously smashed against the mud, and it sank deep into it and was firmly absorbed. Hee, your golden sand isn't very effective against my mud. Yellow Spring Swamp. Before he finished speaking, Gu Guanyu immediately stood up in anger. He clapped his hands together and immediately slammed them on the ground. Rumble. In an instant, a patch of gray mud soared into the sky like a raging tsunami. It instantly rose by dozens of meters, and with an unstoppable might it flew towards Qi Ting. A large area of shadow shrouded the entire arena. The dark, gray mud was like a roaring devil, and it had an imposing manner that could destroy everything. Everyone on the stage revealed a look of shock and secretly nodded in agreement. Senior Brother Gu is really powerful. That blind guy should regret stepping onto the life and death arena. Have you ever seen a temporary disciple provoke a Sanctuary Division disciple? Is he courting death? Facing the raging torrent of mud, Qi Tang's face did not show the slightest hint of panic. He spread his arms, and the golden sand that lingered around him spun and danced at an extremely fast speed. The airflow between heaven and earth rotated rapidly, and the fine sand spread out and hung on Qi Ting's face. Then Qi Ting's body spun rapidly like a top, causing the airflow to flow in all directions. In the next moment, Qi Ting directly transformed into a golden tornado that was more than 10 meters tall. The golden sand lingered around his body, and it was really impregnable. "Sand tornado!" Qi Ting shouted in a stern voice, and he rose up in a rage. The golden tornado whistled out in a graceful manner and directly collided with the pouncing gray mud. Boom! Qi Ting's true essence flew, and light splashed in all directions. The golden tornado that Qi Ting had transformed into was like a dancing dragon, and it unexpectedly smashed the torrent of mud that was comparable to a raging tsunami into pieces. Then Qi Ting's long body descended like a hot knife through butter, and he set off a fierce gust of wind as he charged towards Gu Guanyu in front of him. Humph! Gu Guanyu lightly snorted, and his figure moved. He stepped on the air and turned into a flowing shadow that swept towards the sky. Bang! The terrifying impact solidly bombarded the stage, and immediately dust flew everywhere. Stone chips flew everywhere, and the ground constantly cracked open. A huge pit that was more than 10 meters wide appeared on the martial arts arena. The quality of this martial arts arena is not bad. Hua Shui, who was below the stage, suddenly jumped out such a sentence. Everyone else was paying attention to the situation, but she actually cared about the quality of the martial arts arena. Chu Hen and the others were angry and amused at the same time. However, the quality of the martial arts arena was indeed not bad. Qi Ting's attack just now was enough to destroy the entire stage if it was an ordinary martial arts arena. However, at this moment, there was only a pit on the stage. Everything in this sect was built according to a specific standard. Big Qi is quite powerful. I thought he would not last long and lose. Hua Shui continued to speak as if there was no one else around. Yes. Ji Shu nodded, and her red lips opened slightly. The boundary of his bloodline is stronger than that Gu Guanyu. Aren't they both Xian bodies? Xian bodies are also divided into different grades. In terms of the strength of the bloodline boundary, Qi Ting is even stronger. Ji Shu explained. Next to her, Chu Hen and Li Nanhai also lightly nodded in agreement. Regarding the boundary of the bloodline, each level would have different divisions. Whether it was the martial body, the battle body, the Xian body, or the sacred body, they would not all be the same. For example, Qi Ting's golden sand Xian body, Lu Qi's water soul Xian body, and the Wind Ghost clan's Uncreepy Knight's Wind Ghost Xian body. They were all considered to be above average Xian body bloodline boundary. In comparison, the dragon spirit Xian body of the leader of the Sacred Star Dynasty's team, Huang Fuliang, belonged to a higher level bloodline boundary. There was no shortage of talented abnormal geniuses in this world who possessed the top grade Xian body bloodline boundary. The power that this level of Xian body could burst out was close to some of the more ordinary sacred bodies. Even though Qi Ting's bloodline boundary was slightly stronger than Gu Guanyu's, his cultivation was still inferior. Coupled with the fact that Gu Guanyu had been in the Thousand Crane sect for a few years now, he'd improved greatly in all aspects. So, no matter how ferocious Qi Ting's attacks were, he was still unable to gain the slightest advantage in the battle. However, the Thousand Crane sect's disciples below the arena couldn't maintain their composure anymore. It was very simple. Gu Guanyu was a Hall disciple, while Qi Ting was a temporary disciple. The gap between their levels was too huge, so it wasn't right for a Hall disciple like Gu Guanyu to be unable to defeat Qi Ting after such a long time. Gu Guanyu, can you do it or not? You can't even deal with a temporary disciple. Looks like you'll probably be eliminated from the ranks of Hall disciples this year. Haha, your position as a Hall disciple is at risk. Many of the busybodies roared with laughter. Gu Guanyu's gaze sank, and a layer of ice couldn't help but surge onto his face. He really was ranked at the very back amongst the hall disciples, so there was a risk of him being eliminated from the ranks. However, he instantly felt extremely displeased when he was exposed. Humph, I'll end the battle now. Gu Guanyu's eyes surged with a cold light, and the surging aura of a second stage void-piercing state erupted like a torrent. The dense gray light that lingered around his body immediately transformed into a huge fist that smashed towards Chi-Teng. Rumble. In the process of moving, the gray mud quickly solidified into a stone. A majestic aura swept across the sky like a mountain, causing the airflow to whistle in all directions. Heavenly Rock Fist. Chi-Teng's face surged with a resolute light as he sensed the powerful aura coming towards him. He didn't show any fear. The golden sand that whistled through the sky was like a surging wave, and the golden sand converged into a river that enveloped the sky above the arena. The golden light was resplendent and gorgeous. Golden Waves. Chapter 417. Heavenly Rock Tyrant Fist. Surging golden wave. Boom! In an instant, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the huge golden waterfall-like shockwave swept all the way down, stirring up a majestic and shocking aura that firmly bombarded the mountain-like giant rock fist. Rumble! Bang! An incomparably violent energy immediately exploded above everyone's heads. The sky turned dark while tornadoes arose. The scene was like a torrent that had broken through a dam, and it was colliding with a mountain. Dazzling light shot into the sky, while golden sand danced in the air, blotted out the sky, and enveloped the sky above the arena. The remaining power of the powerful attack spread in all directions, but the aura that Chi-Teng released had firmly restricted Gu Guanyu's attack. Many disciples of the Thousand Crane sect were surprised in their hearts. Chi-Teng possesses extraordinary strength. I believe that he'll be able to shine brilliantly during the new disciple test this year. Rumble. It didn't take long for the surging golden sand wave to engulf the rock fist like a landslide, and Gu Guanyu's attack was instantly restrained. The eyes of Li Nanhai, Lu Qi Hua Shui, and the others lit up, and they revealed pleasant surprise. Not bad. Big brother Qi had such a move? Hua Shui exclaimed with surprise. Li Nanhai nodded with praise as well. I was worried for nothing, junior brother Chi-Teng. I believe that the sect will soon notice junior brother Chi-Teng after this battle and attach great importance to him. The Thousand Crane sect recruited a batch of new disciples every year. There was no lack of outstanding talent and strength amongst them. However, there were only a few like Chi-Teng who could compare to a hall disciple as soon as he arrived. The Thousand Crane sect naturally wouldn't ignore such a genius with such potential. After the golden sand wave drowned the rock fist, it didn't slow down at all as it surged towards Gu Guanyu. Chi-Teng seized the opportunity to soar into the air, and his body was enveloped by bright golden light as he flashed forward. Gu, I'll let you know that I can't possibly fall behind you forever. Buzz, under Chi-Teng's control, the power of the golden sand that was rushing towards Gu Guanyu increased exponentially. It was as if thousands of beasts were running and thousands of soldiers were slaughtering each other. Wherever it went, space distorted and trembled. However, not only was there no fear on Gu Guanyu's face, he even sneered in disdain. You're too naive. Do you really think that your golden sand is that powerful? What did you say? Gu Guanyu's eyes turned cold, and a strange energy fluctuation was suddenly released from his body. He raised his hands, crossed his fingers, and instantly completed a series of hand seals. Almost at the same time, the golden sand that Chi-Teng released suddenly stirred up an extreme energy riot. The restless energy turbulence was like a rapidly expanding volcano. When Gu Guanyu completed the last seal, his throat moved slightly, and he spat out a word, clearly. Explode! explode, everyone's heart was startled. Boom! With a deafening bang, an endless destructive power immediately exploded from the inside of the golden sand wave. A monstrous gray light soared into the sky like a huge mushroom cloud. The majestic remaining power shook the heavens and the earth, sweeping in all directions. The golden sand that covered the sky was swept away like a huge flower that had bloomed. It was really earth-shattering. "Is that the rock just now?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "I see. Gu Guanyu has been waiting for this moment. A palace disciple is a palace disciple after all. He's really good at deceiving everyone." The crowd did not expect Gu Guanyu to still be able to make a fuss about that rock. The rock fist that he had blasted out was deliberately engulfed by Qi Teng's golden sand, and when Qi Teng was careless, he would detonate the explosive rock, setting off an unusually ferocious shock wave. The endless gray splendor mixed with the golden sand rain swept up waves of power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Qi Teng, who was caught off guard, hurriedly retreated, using the golden sand to form a defensive layer in front of him. However, at this moment, Gu Guanyu directly flew out and instantly arrived above Qi Teng. A wisp of dense gray light quickly gathered on the index and middle fingers of his right hand like a flowing shadow. You're still as crippled as before. There's no point in keeping you alive. It's better for you to die. You." Qi Teng's pupils tightly shrank, panic surging out from between his thick brows. Immediately after, Gu Guanyu waved his finger, and the gray light wrapped around his fingertip directly attacked Qi Teng below. Yellow Spring's finger soared. Buzz, buzz! The rapid wind-breaking momentum was abnormally strong. The gray light beam was like a sword shadow flying from the sky. It swept up a thick killing intent and slashed towards Qi Teng. As it moved, the light beam became incomparably solid. In an instant, it turned into a huge gray stone sword, a majestic mountain-like pressure pressed down, causing Qi Teng's clothes to flutter and his long hair to dance chaotically. Even their blood was restless from the pressure. Bang! The huge stone sword solidly struck in front of Qi Teng, and a powerful halo of air blossomed in the sky. Along with the heavy trembling of the cyclone, Qi Teng's body shook violently, as if he had been hit by a mountain. He fell straight down from the sky, scarlet blood continuously spurting out from his mouth. Qi Teng's aura was rapidly suppressed. Bang! Subsequently, he heavily smashed below the arena, sending up a series of rubble like a swarm of moths. Qi Teng collapsed in a pile of rubble, looking battered and exhausted. No one present was surprised by such an outcome. Although Gu Guanyu could be said to be at the bottom of the Hall disciples, he was not someone a temporary disciple could compare to. He's actually not dead. A strange and ruminating smile appeared on Gu Guanyu's face. Following that, another wisp of gray light quickly gathered between his fingers and formed circles of light patterns that flowed up and down. Astonishing restless energy continuously surged out, and undisguised killing intent was released from his body. "Not good! Big Brother Qi is going to die," Hua Xue exclaimed. The expressions of Lu Qi, Li Nanhai, and the others changed drastically as well. Li Nanhai hurriedly shouted, "Senior Brother Gu, please show mercy." However, Gu Guanyu acted as if he didn't hear Li Nanhai's advice. He stared coldly at Qi Teng with a mocking gaze, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Your biggest mistake was coming to the Thousand Crane sect. I won't send you off. Swish. At the same time as the voice faded, the second gray stone sword once again soared into the sky. Its momentum was like a graceful swan as it rolled up an endless murderous aura towards Qi Teng, who was lying on the ground. The second sword far surpassed the first sword in both speed and aura. Waves of air trembled in the air. The huge stone sword was surrounded by strange gray light patterns, and its powerful aura caused Qi Teng to be unable to move. All he could do was watch death descend upon him, Qi Teng's pupils constricted to the size of needles. His eyes were filled with rage and unwillingness. Most of the people in the surroundings watched on indifferently, but some felt that it was a pity. However, when the sword of death was less than 3 meters away from Qi Teng, a loud bang resounded. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the sword's body, along with the violent wind and scattered true origin aura. The huge stone sword that could heavily injure Wu Xiao, who was at the second stage of the void-piercing realm, exploded into countless rubble. Everyone was startled by this. Chapter 418. Bang! The wild wind wantonly splashed, and under the scattered waves of Jinchi, the rock sword exploded into gray gravel that filled the sky. A young figure suddenly appeared in front of Qi Teng. "Who's that?" "Another temporary disciple." The other disciples of the Thousand Crane sect revealed astounded expressions. Moreover, they were even more surprised by the fact that Qi Teng hadn't just blocked Gu Guanyu's lethal attack. He was completely unharmed as well. Only his clothes fluttered in the wind, and he stood there as steady as a mountain despite the powerful impact of the attack. Qi Teng heaved a heartfelt sigh of relief as he lay amongst the rocks, and his pale face revealed slight gratitude. After that, Lu Qi, Hua Shui, and Li Nanhai ran over to check on Qi Teng. "Big Gai Qi, are you dead?" Hua Shui asked in a carefree manner. Lu Qi shook his head with slight helplessness, and then he casually withdrew a healing pill and stuffed it into Qi Teng's mouth before helping Qi Teng up from the ground. Gu Guanyu flashed down from above, and his icy cold gaze was filled with coldness as he stared at Chu Hen. He said, "Where did you come from? How dare you meddle in my business?" Chu Hen smiled politely and cupped his fist slightly. "Senior brother Gu, Qi Tang offended you earlier, and you taught him a lesson. There's no need to take his life and be so ruthless, right?" "Humph." Gu Guanyu laughed coldly and spoke with slight disdain. "Don't you know that even the sect master wouldn't interfere in a battle on the life and death arena? You're just a temporary disciple, yet you dare to break the rules of the sect?" The surroundings couldn't help but discuss animatedly and whisper amongst themselves as they discussed the origins of Chu Hen's group. Those who were able to stay in the Thousand Crane sect before the exam basically had some connections, and it was especially so for new disciples who dared to provoke a Hall disciple as soon as they arrived. Meanwhile, Li Nanhai stepped forward and persuaded, "Senior brother Gu, it's their first time here and they aren't familiar with the rules of the sect. Please be merciful and don't pursue the matter." "Oh, you brought them here?" Gu Guanyu glanced at Li Nanhai. "Yes." Gu Guanyu nodded and continued, but, "Very good." Without waiting for Li Nanhai to finish speaking, Gu Guanyu coldly cut him off and changed the topic. He looked at Chu Hen and his voice suddenly turned sharp. "Humph, you've disrupted my battle. Shouldn't you take responsibility for this matter?" "Senior martial brother Gu." Li Nanhai opened his mouth. "Shut up. This has nothing to do with you." As a Hall disciple, Gu Guanyu did not take Li Nanhai seriously at all. He had already been humiliated by Qi Teng's provocation today, and now Chu Hen had appeared out of nowhere. No matter what, Gu Guanyu would not let this matter go. In the face of Gu Guanyu's overbearing attitude, Chu Hen was still calm and collected, neither servile nor overbearing. "Senior brother Gu, please don't be angry. I really didn't mean to offend you. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." Chu Hen had just arrived at the Thousand Crane sect, so he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. If Qi Teng's life wasn't in danger just now, then he wouldn't have interfered in their conflict. However, Gu Guanyu didn't appreciate his two apologies. Gu Guanyu laughed coldly and said, "It's easy for me to not pursue the matter today. The one who started the trouble should be untied. You." Gu Guanyu pointed at Qi Teng while a strange smile appeared on his face. "I'll let this matter rest if you sever your own arm." "Sever my own arm?" As soon as these words were spoken, The others in the surroundings were shocked. Chi Tung's face turned pale, and he spoke furiously in a low voice. You want me to sever my own arm? Dream on. Hee, you said it yourself. Gu Guanyu chuckled while killing intent surged into his eyes. Chu Hen raised his arm to stop cheating, and then he smiled warmly. Brother Chi, you shouldn't be angry. You should be happy. The others couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Hen continued. The reason he wants to cripple your arm is entirely because he's afraid of you. He's afraid that it won't be long before you surpass him. At that time, you wouldn't be the one to be beaten up. These words were like a wake-up call. The crowd was in an uproar. They immediately understood why Gu Guanyu was so determined to kill cheating. It turned out that Gu Guanyu wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of cheating. Gu Guanyu's face instantly turned dark when Chu Hen saw through his thoughts. He scolded angrily. Bastard, do you think I'm afraid of him? Don't spout nonsense here. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. He's flustered and exasperated. Looks like it's true. Hua Shui interrupted. However, what she said instantly added fuel to the fire. Gu Guanyu was enraged. Without another word, he raised a surging palm force towards Chu Hen and the others in front of him. All of you, shut up. Hua Shui was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Chu Hen's back. She shouted as if wishing for the whole world to be in chaos. Chu Hen, beat him! You're really good at causing trouble for me. Chu Hen rolled his eyes at Gu Guanyu. His original intention was to resolve this peacefully and try his best to avoid conflict. However, judging from the current situation, being calm and peaceful could no longer solve any problems. Buzz! Immediately, a particularly vigorous and shocking aura exploded from within Chu Hen's body. A layer of strange golden flame was spitting out from Chu Hen's body. The restless power set off waves of air waves. Boom! The two's auras collided like two waves and splashed brilliantly in the air. A thick wave of air waves spread out, and the surrounding crowd was shaken to the point that they took a few steps back. However, what was surprising was that Gu Guanyu's aura was actually suppressed by Chu Hen. There was an obvious gap between their auras. As expected, he was someone with some ability. Otherwise, he would not have provoked Gu Guanyu. Humph! Gu Guanyu's eyes turned cold. He moved and pounced, like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. He spun in the air and did a backspin kick that swept towards Chu Hen's head. An extremely strong wind pounced towards Chu Hen's face. The space was filled with a piercingly cold sound of wind and thunder. A thick gray light rose like a hellfire and covered Gu Guanyu's leg. The lethality contained in this attack was absolutely terrifying. Brat, today I will let you know that there is a price to pay for standing up for others. An extremely strong power poured down. Bang! A violent tremor splashed in the air. The surrounding people's pupils shrank faintly. They saw Chu Hen clasping Gu Guanyu's ankle with one hand. The fierce and domineering aura on Gu Guanyu's body was instantly suppressed. You. Gu Guanyu's eyes widened in shock. Chu Hen had a playful and frivolous smile on his face. He raised his eyebrows and shook his head gently. Is that all you've got? Sarcasm, absolute sarcasm. Everyone's gaze towards Chu Hen could not help but change a few times. Gu Guanyu's expression darkened, and the Yuan Dan in his body quickly revolved. A hidden force that was like a surging tide flowed out from his leg and shook off Chu Hen's hand. Following that, Gu Guanyu whipped out his leg and fiercely swept towards Chu Hen's neck. Get down! Gu Guanyu's eyes revealed a trace of ferocity. Along with the rapid speed of the wind, a series of leg shadows exploded in the air. At the same time, the gray light covering his body quickly solidified and formed a thick layer of rock armor in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Chu Hen also made a move. The moment before Gu Guanyu's attack reached Chu Hen's body, a dazzling silver light and golden flame exploded in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw Chu Hen lift his leg high and ruthlessly sweep his opponent's chest. So fast! This guy! Bang! What followed was a particularly heavy muffled sound. The overbearing and terrifying power surged down like a mountain. Gu Guanyu's eyes widened in anger. The rock layer in the center of his chest immediately cracked, and the piece of clothing also exploded into powder, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Gu Guanyu's chest caved in, and then his entire body flew out. Boom! Gu Guanyu was dragged on the ground like a sandbag. Every inch of the stone bricks was broken, and rocks of all sizes flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, there was a ditch that was dozens of meters long on the ground. Gu Guanyu was extremely embarrassed. Blood gushed out of his mouth, but he could not even get up. The whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. This was too frightening. He kicked the palace disciple dozens of meters away. Everyone's heart was like a surging tide, setting off all kinds of wild waves. Li Nanhai shook his head and sighed. He murmured in a low voice, "I told you not to provoke him, but you didn't listen." The corners of the eyes of the disciples from the 1,000 Crane sect couldn't help but twitch. So, Li Nanhai's intention to dissuade Gu Guanyu wasn't to ask him to let Chu Hen and Qi Ting off. It was to warn Gu Guanyu not to provoke Chu Hen. This was really comical. Such an instant change was truly unexpected. Chu Hen smiled lightly and said, "Can we leave now?" That smile was especially terrifying in Gu Guanyu's opinion, and his eyes were filled with dense fear. Qi Ting heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time that he felt grateful, he exclaimed with admiration in his heart. Just a short while ago, Chu Hen was someone who was on almost the same level as him. Yet now the gap between them was so huge. Fortunately, he didn't become enemies with Chu Hen, and he chose to befriend Chu Hen instead. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would probably be over a meter tall next year. Chu Hen spoke casually, "Let's go." The others behind him nodded and prepared to leave. Wait. Just at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 419. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw the young men and women who suddenly appeared. Almost everyone's gazes were gathered on the young man who exuded a sharp aura. He could be considered handsome, but the arrogance between his brows made people dislike him. Meng Hong. Li Nanhai's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Who is this person? Why are you so afraid?" Hua Shui asked curiously. Li Nanhai frowned. He first glanced at Chu Hen, and then said in a low voice, "Meng Hong, one of the top 3 disciples in the hall. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd rank of the void-piercing realm, and he's only a step away from the 4th rank. But we didn't provoke him." "You don't know." Li Nanhai shook his head. "I forgot to remind you that Gu Guanyu is Meng Hong's man, one of the top 3 disciples in the hall." The appearance of Meng Hong and the others caused the atmosphere in the arena to become slightly strange. Gu Guanyu, who was lying on a pile of rocks, looked as if he had seen his savior. "Meng, senior brother Meng Hong, help me." "Ha ha!" Meng Hong smiled indifferently as a smile surged out from between his raised brows. He glanced at Gu Guanyu and said, "You really deserve it. Do you know that junior brother Chu Hen defeated Jiang Tianxiang in the 1,000 Beast Ridge? Aren't you just looking for trouble by provoking him?" "What? Defeated Lu Tianchang?" There was an uproar when he said that. Each and every one of them looked at Chu Hen with astonishment and surprise. "He's Chu Hen? Who? Why don't I know? I heard from a fellow disciple who came back from the 10,000 Beasts Ridge 2 days ago. He said that they met an acquaintance of senior sister Shi Lan in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge, and he defeated Lu Tianchang. He even came to our 1,000 Crane sect. No wonder he's so powerful. He really lives up to his name." Once Chu Hen's identity was exposed, it caused a lot of discussion. Gu Guanyu's lips moved slightly. He was shocked, angry, and regretful. He didn't expect to kick an iron plate this time. However, since Meng Hong had come out, he would at least demand an explanation from the other party. Meng Hong looked back at Chu Hen, a hint of sharpness hidden under his gentle smile. He raised his head slightly and smiled with great interest. "Half a year ago, I fought Lu Tianyang once. At that time, I barely defeated him with a single move. However, I only used less than 90% of my strength." Clearly, Meng Hong's tone was filled with pride. This was like a glorious achievement for him. Many people around him cast envious and amazed gazes at him. Chu Hen's expression did not change. He spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Senior Meng Hong's strength is extraordinary. I am impressed. But what does this have to do with me?" Meng Hong's eyelids twitched, and he was still smiling. "I just want to tell you not to think too highly of yourself just because you won against palm extinction. It's better to keep a low profile, especially all of you newcomers. Although it's good for you to have a little edge, it's not a good thing to have too much edge sometimes." It was not a suggestion, but a warning. "I think you're mistaken." Chu Hen raised his hands slightly and glanced at the people around him. "Everyone here can prove that I apologized to senior brother Gu Guanyu twice, and he was the one who attacked first. How else should I keep a low profile?" Meng Hong's unyielding counterattack caused the atmosphere to turn cold. Li Nanhai was secretly anxious, and he quickly tried to persuade Meng Hong. "Senior brother Meng Hong, it's not Chu Hen's fault. I was the one who didn't stop the fight in time. Please don't make things difficult for him." Qi Ting stepped forward and said, "It's all because of me. Feel free to look for me if you need anything." Chu Hen couldn't help but feel slightly amused. He turned around to face them and said, "Both of you have confused me. What did the two of you do wrong? Can you make it clearer?" "What did I do wrong?" Qi Ting and Li Nanhai exchanged glances, and they couldn't help but be speechless. "Right. What did I do wrong? What did Chu Hen do wrong? It seems like I didn't do anything wrong. Since it's like that, then why should I apologize?" Meng Hong smiled and raised his hand slightly. "Make your move." "Oh, may I know what reason senior brother Meng Hong has to make a move against me?" Chu Hen replied with a question, fearlessly. "There's no reason. I just want to see exactly what ability you have to think so highly of yourself before me. What if I don't make a move?" "Nothing. At most, you'll be kicked out of the Thousand Crane sect." From the beginning until the end, Meng Hong had been smiling as he spoke. However, everyone was able to sense the domineering, sharp, and cold aura that came from him. It was the first time in the Thousand Crane sect that a hall disciple ranked in the top 3 of the palace hall was competing so seriously with a temporary disciple who hadn't even officially joined the sect yet. However, since Chu Hen had defeated Terminus Tianxiang, everyone felt anticipation in their hearts. "Haha, looks like I have no choice but to make a move today, right?" A slight arc arose on the corners of Chu Hen's mouth. "Wipe your eyes and wait." Meng Hong replied in a light tone. At the same time, an extremely restless and powerful aura surged out from within Meng Hong. The powerful aura caused piercingly cold waves of energy to rumble through the surroundings, and it was countless times stronger than Gu Guanyu's aura. The crowd in the surroundings couldn't help but move back. Qi Ting, Hua Shui, Lu Qi, and Li Nanhai couldn't help but reveal slightly solemn expressions. Meng Hong was able to defeat Terminus Tianxiang with less than 90% of his strength, so his strength absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Just at that moment, the aura emitted from Chu Hen's body also became a bit colder. After that, Chu Hen's left hand brushed past his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "Heh, since senior brother Meng Hong is so interested, then I'll gladly accept." Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Hen's eyelids opened, and then a strange and evil aura emanated from his eyes. A strange violet glow appeared in his eyes. "What's this?" Everyone's expressions changed. In the next moment, a cold gale arose, and a cold current invaded the world. Oem, oem. Accompanied by tsunami-like cold currents, endless darkness suddenly swallowed this area. The heavens and the earth dimmed, and the clouds surged. The sky instantly fell into darkness, and dense dark clouds blotted out the sky and enveloped the sky above everyone. The environment before everyone's eyes changed drastically in an instant. The mountains, waterfalls, and vegetation in the distance seemed to be instantly covered in a layer of dark gray light. In the void among the dark clouds, a blood-red moon was extremely strange. Immediately after, the distance between Chu Hen and Meng Hong was suddenly pulled apart. Before, they were only separated by a few meters, but now they were separated by over 100 meters in an instant. As for the surrounding people, it was as if they were even further apart. Everyone's eyes could only see Chu Hen and Meng Hong. It was like a dream, real and fake at the same time. Under the blood-red moon, Chu Hen and Meng Hong looked at each other from afar. Illusion! Illusion! Oh my God, this guy actually knows how to use illusion? Everyone was shocked. Chu Hen's illusion was not only targeted at Meng Hong, but almost everyone was in the same situation. Meng Hong was also shocked. At this moment, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Chu Hen's abilities had already exceeded the scope of his knowledge. However, Meng Hong did not panic too much. His powerful aura locked onto Chu Hen, who was in front of him. It's just an illusion. I only need to lock onto you. The rest is all fake. An evil smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. Are you sure? Boom. Shortly after, Chu Hen's eyes, which were blossoming with a magnificent purple light, once again exploded with a demonic red light. Immediately after, countless red shadows were released from Chu Hen's pupils. Jie, woo woo. Along with the extremely noisy and ear-piercing screeches, a flock of blood-red crows filled the sky. The strange scene was so real that it was terrifying. In an instant, a swarm of blood-red crows filled the sky and flew around Meng Hong. A trace of panic flashed in the latter's eyes, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. It was as if a huge wave of energy was crashing towards the crows. At this moment, the sky full of blood-red crows increased in speed and shot towards Meng Hong like a sharp arrow. As they moved, every blood-red crow emitted a strange red glow and rapidly transformed into a sharp cross-shaped flying dagger. The cross-shaped flying dagger was more than a meter long. It rotated at high speed like a spiral dart, tearing through the air and creating an endless destructive aura as it slashed towards Meng Hong from all directions. Boom! Bang! The incomparably sharp, cross-shaped flying dagger was unstoppable. It easily penetrated the powerful true Yuan aura that Meng Hong had emitted. Like splitting waves, it broke through the vast true Yuan along the way and hit Meng Hong's body. Meng Hong's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. His face instantly turned extremely pale. Hiss! The cross-shaped flying dagger that emanated a blood-red glow flashed through his body, causing dazzling blood to spray into the surroundings, while a long and narrow wound appeared on his chest. The intense pain caused Meng Hong's eyes to open wide with rage, and they almost split apart from rage. After that, the second and third dagger pierced through his body. Blood sprayed through the air as they tore through his flesh and broke his bones. It was a horrifying sight to behold. An extremely miserable and shrill cry resounded from Meng Hong's mouth. All the disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect felt their scalps go numb while their legs trembled. Incessant blood-red daggers struck Meng Hong's body without restraint. Crisscrossed bloody marks covered his body, and it only took a few moments for Meng Hong to be covered in blood. The aura of slaughter enveloped the world, and the entire area fell into a state of unrest. Chapter 420. An extremely shrill and miserable cry resounded from Meng Hong. and it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. In just a few blinks of the eye, Meng Hong had become covered in blood. The aura of slaughter suffused the surroundings, while dark clouds enveloped the world, making it seem like a dream. Numerous blood-red crows transformed into spiraling blades that slashed incessantly against Meng Hong's body. He seemed to have become a punching bag, and the formidable aura he'd just released was instantly suppressed. Hiss! When the last blood-red, spiraling, cross-flying dagger pierced through Meng Hong's body, fresh blood spurted out from all over his body. His 2 arms hung limply, and with a bang, he fell to his knees on the ground. Oam! Oam! At the moment Meng Hong knelt down, everyone's hearts trembled slightly. After that, the darkness that devoured this area swiftly vanished, and the surging dark clouds that enveloped the sky, the blood-red moon that hung high in the sky, the dark gray color that covered the waterfall, and so on and so forth. A string of illusionary scenes vanished in the blink of an eye, and the beautiful scenery from before had returned to everyone's field of vision. The illusion had been resolved. All of them instantly felt as if their bodies and minds had been released, and the pressure they felt had vanished without a trace. However, the scene that unfolded before them caused the disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect to be extremely shocked once more. They saw that Chu Hen and Meng Hong had returned to where they stood earlier, and they were merely a few meters away from each other. The terrifying attack that had struck Meng Hong earlier had been an illusion as well. However, to everyone's shock, Meng Hong was kneeling on the ground with his arms pressed up against the ground. His countenance was pale as a sheet, and he was shivering and unable to move. "Senior Brother Meng Hong?" The young men and women behind him exclaimed loudly, and then they moved forward with the intention of helping Meng Hong up. Don't touch me." Meng Hong stopped them in a low voice. All of them were shocked, and they were at a loss for what to do. One of the young women asked, "Senior Brother Meng Hong, what's wrong?" Meng Hong was still kneeling on the ground while trembling. The veins on his forehead and neck bulged like dragons. There clearly weren't any injuries on his body, but it seemed like he was enduring great pain. "Stinking brat, what did you do to Senior Brother Meng Hong?" A young man questioned Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes were as dark as ink as he calmly replied, "Aren't I standing right here? I didn't even touch him. You." The young man's face darkened before he turned to the people behind him and said, "You guys help Senior Brother Meng Hong find the medical elder." And the others nodded. "All of you better not touch him." Suddenly, the cold voice of a woman resounded. Following that, the airflow in the air faintly trembled, and a few red petals drifted down. A shadow flashed past, and a beautiful figure in a white dress suddenly appeared on the platform. "Hua! Senior Sister Hanlu." Wow! Even Senior Sister Hanlu was alarmed. How rare! The entire arena was instantly filled with clamorous noises. Ji Shu, who stood behind Chu Hen, raised her eyebrows and murmured, "What a powerful Reiki energy fluctuation. She's a spiritual tattoo master." Spiritual tattoo master. A spirit rank spiritual tattoo master that stood above advanced spiritual tattoo masters. Moreover, Chu Hen had heard of the name Yen Hanlu before. She was one of the 7 absolutes, absolute formation. She was ranked 3rd among the 7 absolutes, far ahead of absolute formation Tianxiang. At the same time, Yen Hanlu had another identity as one of the 5 core disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. This was also the reason why everyone was so surprised when she appeared. Under normal circumstances, core disciples rarely showed themselves. As existences that stood at the top of the pyramid in the Thousand Crane sect, they were the center of attention no matter where they went. The young man from before asked, "Senior Sister Hanlu, what about Senior Brother Meng Hong?" "He won't die," Yen Hanlu replied indifferently. "The illusory art I cast on him hasn't disappeared completely. He'll return to normal soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Hanlu looked at Chu Hen with a hint of admiration in her almond-shaped eyes. "That's a pretty good illusory art. Where did you learn it?" Li Nanhai, who stood by Chu Hen's side, revealed an excited expression when he heard Yan Hanliu's praise. Everyone in the Thousand Crane sect knew how high the status of a core disciple was. If he could befriend any of the core disciples, it would be a good thing for him. However, Chu Hen remained calm and nodded politely. "You're too kind, senior sister Hanlu. My illusory art, Chu Hen?" Right at this moment, another gentle female voice resounded. After that, a purple-haired young lady appeared. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up, and she attracted everyone's attention. "Instructor." Chu Hen was pleasantly surprised. "Are all of you all right?" Shilan walked over to Chu Hen and the others with ripples in her limpid eyes. Earlier, she'd received a notice from Li Nanhai that Qi Tang and Gu Guanyu had entered the life and death arena. However, Li Nanhai hadn't told her that Chu Hen was here as well, and he didn't say if there was anything wrong. However, Shilan had still rushed over. Chu Hen shook his head and smiled to indicate that there was nothing wrong. At the same time, the surrounding people were somewhat unsettled. Anyone could see that Shilan's gaze towards Chu Hen was clearly filled with concern that was different from that of an ordinary person. Shilan is actually so concerned about Chu Hen? What's the relationship between the two of them? Although Shilan was only a Hull disciple, her status in the hearts of the disciples of the Thousand Crane sect wasn't inferior to the 5 great core disciples at all. Even among the disciples of the other sects in the 100-nation state, the name Beauty Shi was well known. The worry in Shilan's eyes dissipated. She turned to look at the elegant and refined figure on the stage, and a trace of surprise appeared between her brows. Yan Hanlu. Yan Hanlu and Shilan weren't very familiar with each other, or rather, they didn't have many interactions. However, since they were from the same sect, they exchanged a simple look as a form of acknowledgement. Yan Hanlu smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister Shilan, are these the people you brought?" Shilan nodded. "Yes, they're all very good. Looks like this year's disciple test is going to be lively." Yan Hanlu raised her eyebrows and glanced at Chu Hen with a smile. Then, runes flashed around her body and talismans as dazzling as spirit butterflies fluttered in the air. Then the space faintly twisted. Hum! With a slight tremble, Yan Hanlu disappeared from her place. What an exquisite, transferring spiritual formation. Ji Shu's eyes lit up and she said in surprise. Ji Shu, who also had a high attainment in the field of spiritual formation, seemed to be quite interested in Yan Hanlu. Hua Shui opened her eyes wide and asked, "Senior sister Ji Shu, are you better than her?" Ji Shu smiled. "Her realm has reached the level of spiritual tattooist, and the strength of Reiki energy alone is stronger than mine. She's definitely better. But senior sister Ji Shu, you know so many strange formations. That doesn't mean others know less." "Fine, but it doesn't matter. In 2 days, I'll refine a Hanyuan pill, which will definitely help you break through the bottleneck of spiritual tattooist." "Forget it." Nong Chi said angrily, "You said you wanted to refine Hanyuan pill a year ago. When did you really refine it?" "You're too lazy." Hua Shui pouted. "Are you blaming me? Wouldn't I be chasing after head Ram every day? Where would I find the time?" The crowd didn't pay attention to the conversation of the Shao Ya heads beside Chu Hen. Most of them were still trying to figure out the meaning of Yan Hanliu's words. This year's disciple assessment was going to be lively. Although it seemed to be a casual sentence, it seemed to have another meaning coming from Yan Hanliu's mouth. But then again, there had never been such a fierce newcomer before. Before entering the sect, he had defeated 2 palace disciples in a row. One of them was ranked in the top 3. At this moment, Meng Hong gradually returned to normal, and the illusory power on him had almost faded. Under the different gazes of the surrounding people, he slowly stood up. His face was dark and ashen, and his gaze was filled with coldness as he angrily glared at Chu Hen. "Bastard, I won't forgive you!" After saying that, Meng Hong fiercely swung his sleeves and quickly left the place with a black face. Shilan frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "Did you do that just now?" She had arrived rather late, so she hadn't seen the scene of Chu Hen using the illusory technique on Meng Hong. Just now, Shilan had been puzzled, wondering why Meng Hong would kneel on the ground, thinking that he had offended absolute formation. Yen Hanlu. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Chu Hen lightly sniffed and shook his head with a smile. "It's none of my business, mentor. He was the one who insisted on stopping me. He said that if I didn't make a move, I wouldn't let him leave. I had no choice." "You!" Shilan was both angry and amused. The other party was really taking advantage of the situation, yet he was still pretending to be obedient. Besides being surprised, Shilan found it increasingly difficult to see through Chu Hen. "Forget it, let's go." Immediately, Chu Hen, Chi Tung, and the others followed Shilan and left the place. After watching the show, the crowd that had gathered there also left one after another. From the expressions of many people, it could be seen that they were still somewhat unsatisfied with the powerful illusory technique that Chu Hen had just used. On a mountain peak to the south of the deathmatch arena, two young figures stood proudly at the top of the enormous mountain peak, looking indifferently at the gradually dispersing crowd in front of them. The auras that these two people exuded were hidden and very steady, but the feeling they gave off was that they were especially powerful. Hee. One of the men, who was dressed in blue and had an imposing appearance, suddenly revealed a faint smile and said with interest, "Tianqin, you've met a love rival." The other man beside him had an even more extraordinary bearing. There was a fierce eagle tattooed on the chest of his robes. The eagle spread its wings, sharp as a sword. "Humph!" He sneered disdainfully, and a sharp light flashed in his ice-cold eyes. "Love rival? Is he even worthy?" Chapter 421. Along with the incident that occurred in the life and death arena, the news of the temporary disciple, Chu Hen, defeating two Hall disciples in succession had spread throughout the Thousand Crane sect. Especially when they heard that even Meng Hong hadn't been able to resist Chu Hen's illusion technique. It caused all the higher-ups and elders of the Thousand Crane sect to be even more shocked. Even though the test for new disciples hadn't begun yet, there was no doubt in everyone's hearts that Chu Hen's ascension to become a disciple of the Thousand Crane sect was definitely confirmed. However, as the recruitment test of the Thousand Crane sect approached, the entire sect fell into a tense atmosphere. Besides the recruitment test for new disciples, the Thousand Crane sect had a few other tests. They were respectively the promotion of official disciples into inner court disciples, the advancement of inner court disciples into the Hall disciples, and the competition for the rankings of the Hall disciples. In other words, the recruitment test of the Thousand Crane sect was conducted towards practically all the disciples of the sect. As for the recruitment test, it was merely a portion of it. The recruitment test will begin in a few days. I'm truly filled with anticipation. What the fuck are you looking forward to? Could it be that you'll be able to become a Hall disciple? That might not necessarily be the case. One must have a dream, and it might come true in the slightest. Don't worry, this dream of yours is just a pipe dream. It'll definitely not come true. Fuck you. I heard that the ones in charge of the recruitment test this time are the core disciples of Ko, Tianqin, and Sherwin Star. The elders of the other sects are in charge of the recruitment test, but the disciples of our Thousand Crane sect are in charge of everything. How worrying! What's there to worry about? The status of core disciples isn't inferior to the higher-ups of the sect. Moreover, was the ability of Ko Tianqin and Sherwin Shing's two senior brothers still worth doubting? When have they ever made a mistake in the assignments they carried out? You're right. Don't think so much about it. Seize these next few days to quickly improve your cultivation so as to avoid falling behind. During the last few days, Chu Hen had been constantly moving between Minor Forest Peak and the Meteor Dao platform. Comparatively speaking, he'd been staying at the Meteor Dao platform for a longer period of time. With the help of the heavenly meteorite, Chu Hen's cultivation speed of the 7-star scripture was also very fast. From start to finish, he only used around 10 days of time before he was able to circulate the cultivation method of the second level, the Sun Genesis section, in a comparatively skilled manner. Chu Hen's cultivation was also improving steadily. Cheating didn't see anyone for 2 or 3 days. Perhaps it was because he had received quite a bit of stimulation in the life and death arena, but Qi Tang had been particularly diligent in his cultivation recently. As for Fu Qin, Ji Shu, and the others, they hardly came to look for Chu Hen. After all, with Nongqi's practically abnormal senses, Chu Hen would definitely be noticed as soon as he left the 1,000 Crane sect. During this period of time, Hua Shui had nothing to do, so she went to chat with Chu Hen for a while. As for Shilan, because the exam was approaching, many of the higher-ups of the 1,000 Crane sect were busy, so she rarely came to visit Chu Hen in the past few days. Little Forest Peak. At the back of the mountain, Chu Hen sat on a boulder as he absorbed the energy of the world into his body. His presence was even, and strands of golden flames revolved around him. After a few days, the demon chi of the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird had completely fused with Chu Hen's soul core. With the fusion of the power of a demon emperor, Chu Hen's true chi increased in strength once again. Originally, Chu Hen's true chi was far more brutal than Wu Xiu's when he was at the same level as him due to the bloodline power of the chaotic body. Now that it had fused with the power of the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird, it was even more brutal and forceful. With this true chi as the foundation, the martial skills he used were even more powerful than the martial skills he used with regular true chi. After tasting the benefits of the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird, Chu Hen obviously wanted to do it a few more times. Buzz! Before long, the senses of Chu Hen's soul entered his body and sensed the location of the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird. In the dim and hazy chaotic world, the stars moved and the sky was vast. The huge, demon-like figure and the purple eyes of the demon god stood on either side, suppressing the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird in the middle. The transparent square was like a huge glass box. Black light flickered on its surface, and purple light surged. It sealed 6 sides, forming an indestructible barrier that trapped the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird. Screech! The sacred winged, heavenly flame sparrow let out a sharp cry. Its aura surged and golden flames rose. Colorful, holy light lingered above and below its wings. Layers upon layers of scorching air waves continuously battered the transparent square body. Hee, I've come to see you again. Chu Hen said with a smirk. The sacred winged, heavenly flame bird let out a low, warning sound. Its cold eyes flashed with a vicious light. An extremely violent aura continuously rose and surged around his body. The powerful aura caused people's hearts to tremble. However, Chu Hen was no longer afraid of the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird. His chaotic body directly unleashed the power of his bloodline, and the huge, demon-like figure erupted with a mountainous pressure. It extended its arms towards the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird. Buzz! Buzz! The surging flames surged within Chu Hen's body. The black figure's arms extended into the transparent square, like they were passing through a screen of water. Along with the strange black light that stacked up recklessly, streaks of black light swept out and shot towards the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird aggressively. Screech! At this moment, a ball of rainbow flames seemed to dance in the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird's icy cold eyes. Subsequently, a wave of gorgeous multicolored light spread out from his body. It was vast like a tide and ferocious like a wave, and it directly collided with the countless black light rays, causing the light rays to be bounced back. Chu Hen was secretly surprised. The sacred winged, heavenly flame bird actually dared to resist. However, what quickly followed was a wave of extremely uneasy, evil, and ruthless aura exploding out. Following that, a cold voice that was as cold as an icicle exploded in Chu Hen's mind. Humph! Don't tell me you really want to die. The cold voice was deep and hoarse. It was difficult to tell whether it was male or female, but it was filled with killing intent. Hearing this sudden, startled voice, Chu Hen, who was not prepared at all, felt his scalp tingle. Afterwards, Chu Hen saw a similar amount of anger from the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird's cold eyes. Clearly, the voice had come from the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird. You can actually speak? However, Chu Hen composed himself very soon. It was common knowledge that the higher the level of a demonic beast, the more intelligent it was. Demonic beasts above the level of beast kings already possessed the ability to think. Powerful existences that had reached the level of beast kings were no less intelligent than humans. It was said that there were even more powerful demonic beasts that could speak and take human form. Although Chu Hen could not confirm what level of demonic beast the sacred winged heavenly flame bird was, based on the fact that it had been sealed in the 10,000 Beast Ridge for close to 1,000 years, its level should be above beast kings. It was not rare for it to be able to speak human language. Shameless human, if you dare to draw another strand of my demonic power, I'll make you regret it. The cold voice rang in Chu Hen's ears again. Chu Hen suppressed the shock in his heart and replied with a cold smile. Ha! Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the ability, why don't you escape? Humph, do you think I can't get out? Of course, go out and show me. Although Chu Hen expressed his disdain, he was actually quite worried. Who knew if the other party would fight to the death when it got angry? However, Chu Hen knew that he could not show the slightest bit of fear in this situation. He had to first figure out the other party's strength. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would he not be at a disadvantage. I've already said that if you dare to touch another strand of my demonic power, I'll definitely make you die a horrible death. Hee, you really scared me to death. You don't believe me? I believe you, of course I believe you. Chu Hen feigned a relaxed smile and said, However, I think that if you make me die a horrible death, you won't be able to live either. The sacred winged, heavenly flame bird did not reply, but the coldness in its eyes intensified. The other party's silence confirmed Chu Hen's guess. This fellow indeed had some misgivings, which was why it did not dare to fight with Chu Hen. Previously in the 10,000 Beast Ridge, you paid a huge price to break through the 2 seals, right? The current you is worlds apart from when you were at your peak. I believe that you have the ability to escape from my body, but if you do that, you'll become even weaker. Any random person in the outside world can pose a destructive threat to you. I'm right? Chu Hen pretended to be calm and acted as if he knew everything, purposefully probing the other party's strength. The sacred winged, heavenly flame bird's aura grew colder and colder. It thought to itself, this young brat is not stupid at all. So what if you're right? You won't dare to expose your secret. I'm hiding in your body, so what can you do to me? The secret that the other party was referring to was naturally the matter of Chu Hen's 2 great bloodline boundaries. Chu Hen could not send the other party away by himself, so the only way was to ask someone else for help. However, if he did that, it was very likely that the secret of the chaotic body and the sacred demonic eye bloodline boundaries would be exposed, so Chu Hen would also be in an awkward position. I don't care. I'll weaken you every 2 or 3 days. Do you think I won't exhaust you to death? I'll say it one last time. If you dare to absorb my demonic power again, I'll take you down with me, warned the sacred winged, heavenly flame bird. Fuck you, bitch. Chapter 422. How about this? Just leave my body obediently and I won't extract your demonic energy. You and I will go our separate ways. What do you think? Chu Hen said. It was indeed dangerous to have such a monster in his body. Who knew if it couldn't figure it out one day and decided to self-destruct, conveniently dragging him down with it? By then it would be too late to cry. Humph, humph! The sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow sneered and replied disdainfully, "You rascal, are you afraid now? Weren't you very cocky when you stole my demonic energy? Afraid of your aunt? Afraid? You're no better. Say it! Are you going to leave or not?" Chu Hen's attitude started to harden. "Humph! Since I found you, how can I leave so easily? You, wait, found me?" Chu Hen couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he abruptly woke up, as if he suddenly understood something. "It wasn't a coincidence that you rushed into my body. You did it on purpose?" "Humph, no comment." Chu Hen suddenly had the urge to curse. It was no wonder that when the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow broke the double seal and caused an earth-shattering commotion. Chu Hen had always felt a vague and strange aura following him when he was escaping with everyone at that time. He had only thought it was the aftershock of an energy riot and hadn't thought much about it. Now, it seemed that the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow was following him. After he rescued Lu Qi, it wasn't an accident that he was attacked by that colorful light pillar. It was purely intentional. Although Shilan had pushed Chu Hen away at the crucial moment, Chu Hen had still forcefully dragged that energy back. Once he figured it out, Chu Hen felt his scalp go numb. This sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow was really scary. It turned out that it wasn't really going to exchange its death for freedom. It had other plans and conspiracies. After a short silence, Chu Hen's emotions gradually calmed down. His voice was ice-cold as he shouted in a deep voice, "What exactly is your purpose?" A trace of surprise flashed across the sacred wing, heavenly flame bird's sharp eyes. It did not expect Chu Hen to regain his composure so quickly. This young fellow was more difficult to deal with than it had imagined. There was dead silence, some silence. Around the time it takes to finish half a cup of tea, the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow replied in a deep voice, "I want to make a deal with you." A deal? As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Hen was surprised and bewildered, and he was extremely bewildered in his heart. "What deal?" "Share the power of your demon eye with me." "What?" Chu Hen's heart faintly trembled, and a strong sense of vigilance and caution rose in his heart. The saint-winged heavenly flame bird said playfully, "To be honest, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect to meet one of the 10 strongest saint bodies, the demon eye saint body, in a place like this. The demon eye's energy confused with my demon soul's energy, so I need your demon eye's energy to recover my strength. Dream on." Chu Hen retorted without even thinking, "Only a hopelessly stupid person would agree to your deal." "I haven't finished speaking." The sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow was rather patient this time. It continued unhurriedly, "I can borrow the power of your demon eye, and conversely, your demon eye can also fuse with my demon soul. Don't think that you're at a disadvantage. Although your demon eye's bloodline is very powerful, it's only at the level of a 3-star demon eye. In terms of power, it's really weak. As a 1,000-year-old demon, the sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow seemed to know a lot about the demon eye saint body. In an instant, he had exposed Chu Hen's secret. "So what?" Chu Hen replied coldly, "Because the level of your demon eye is still too low. Once we share our power, I'll be the one raising you for a long period of time." "You'll be raising me?" Chu Hen found it a little funny. "But you'll still be the one who benefits in the end. Towards the end, my demon eye's power will need to split into 2. How big do you think the difference is between what you give and what you take from me?" Short-sighted. The sacred winged heavenly flame sparrow couldn't help but scold back. "With your cultivation speed, you'll never be able to break through to a higher level in your lifetime. You're right, especially when I have to split my demon eye's power in 2. Don't even think about breaking through in my next life, let alone in this life." Chu Hen retorted without any hesitation. "Wrong. The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow said decisively, "If you agree to work with me, I'll bring you to find a treasure that can help your demon eyes bloodline break through. At that time, the external energy you'll obtain will be enough to fill up half of your power." "Heh, you sound like you're telling the truth. Do you think I'll listen to your nonsense?" Chu Hen's mind didn't waver. Even if the other party was telling the truth, he still had to consider whether he had the ability to work with it. This wasn't asking a tiger for its skin, but nurturing a tiger that would invite disaster. Who could guarantee that the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow wouldn't turn against him after he helped it recover its power? The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow wasn't in a hurry. After all, it had been sealed in the 10,000 Beast Ridge for thousands of years, so it wasn't in a hurry. You can think about it. If you want your demon eye sacred physique to become stronger faster, I'll teach you how to do it. Thank you. Chu Hen replied impatiently, then continued, "I'll consider your suggestion. However, before that, shouldn't you give me some cooperation gifts? To express your sincerity?" "What do you mean?" "Hee hee." Chu Hen snickered. In the next moment, a majestic and domineering aura erupted from Chu Hen's body. He activated his chaotic energy once again, and the gigantic black figure extended its arms towards the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow again. "Bastard, how dare you!" The sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow was enraged, and its cold eyes shone with fury. Chu Hen didn't care about anything else. Countless black rays of light shot out from the rising black radiance towards the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow. Then, amidst the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's angry screech, Chu Hen forcefully extracted a portion of its demonic energy once again. "Thank you for your gift," said Chu Hen proudly. "You shameless bastard, this is the last time. If there's a third time, I'll definitely destroy you." Amidst his opponent's angry curses, Chu Hen withdrew his divine sense and made the demonic energy scatter, converge into his Dantian's aura sea, and fuse with his Yuan Dan. Now that Chu Hen knew the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's objective, he wasn't afraid that the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow would try to take him down with it just because he extracted a portion of its demonic energy. At the same time, Chu Hen was secretly amazed. This sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow was truly terrifying. It actually set its sights on his sacred, demonic pupil body. Fortunately, he was able to suppress the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow with the power of 2 great bloodlines. Otherwise, Chu Hen wouldn't even know what the consequences would be. It was best not to consider the cooperation the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow had mentioned. As for the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow staying in his body and refusing to leave, he could only take it one step at a time. The most important thing right now was to increase his strength as much as possible. In the face of absolute power, there was no need to be afraid of not being able to suppress the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen had already been sitting quietly in the back mountain of the small forest peak for 3 days. The moment he opened his eyes, an otherworldly aura quietly seeped out. A pair of resplendent eyes were as bright as stars, and the heroic spirit between his brows did not lose the sharpness of his youth. Phew! Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Needless to say, the strength of the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow was extremely formidable. He'd just seized a portion of the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's strength, and he actually faintly felt that his origin core was showing signs of cracking. Of course, this was only the precursor to a breakthrough. He still needed a lot of time to truly step into the 3rd level of the void-piercing realm. I wonder what level I'll reach if I refine and absorb all the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's strength. Chu Hen muttered to himself. However, he quickly shook his head and denied this thought. Once or twice was fine, but if he did it too many times, it would definitely incur the sacred-winged, heavenly flame sparrow's wrath. The sacred-winged heavenly flame sparrow wasn't a docile sheep, and it was impossible for Chu Hen to slaughter it at will. If I remember correctly, today should be the day of the 1,000 Crane Sect's new disciple exam. Chu Hen stood up proudly on the rock, and his bright eyes gazed at the beautiful mountains and rivers in the distance. A trace of faint anticipation surged in his eyes. The new disciple exam was only a part of the content, and the annual exam was practically set for all the disciples of the 1,000 Crane Sect. It should be very bustling. Chu Hen's brows raised, and then his figure transformed into a shadow that vanished on the spot. 1,000 Range Peak. As it neared noon, a large crowd had already gathered on 1,000 Range Peak. There were a total of 3 peaks in the 1,000 Crane Sect. They were respectively Myriad Sky Peak, Xingyu Peak, and 1,000 Range Peak. Myriad Sky Peak was where the sect master and the elders received important guests and discussed important matters of the sect. Xingyu Peak was where the sect assigned assignments and managed the information of all the higher-ups in the sect. The 1,000 Range Peak was the largest of the 3 main peaks. Many of the sect's activities were held here. For example, the sect competition, the 100-year celebration, and so on and so forth. There were many buildings on 1,000 Range Peak, and they were all magnificent and extraordinary. Moreover, there were even towers that stood towering and were surrounded by clouds. It was like a god that was charging into the sky, and it revealed the might of 1,000 peaks. At this moment, countless young men and women of all shapes and sizes were standing on the central square of 1,000 Range Peak. All of them were in their prime, and they emanated the vitality of youth. Wow, it's so lively. Hua Shui, who loved bustling crowds, opened her bright eyes wide and looked around with surprise. Chapter 4:23. Wow, it's so lively. Accompanied by Hua Shui, Fu Qin, and Lu Qi, Chu Hen arrived at 1,000 Range Peak. There were all kinds of young men and women, some in groups, some standing alone, all of them exuding the vitality of youth. The strength of these people is too low. The highest cultivation base seems to be only the first rank of the void-piercing realm. Hua Shui shook her head and said helplessly. Her heartless words immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of most of the people around them, and all of them cast unfriendly gazes at her. Hua Shui quickly hid behind the zither and smiled embarrassedly. I didn't say anything. Chu Hen, Lu Qi, and Qi Ting were all speechless. These are all newbies who are here for the assessment. They aren't even outer disciples. Do you really expect them to be as crazy as Chu Hen? Lu Qi replied. Chu Hen touched his nose. Why did you drag me into this? Just using you as a comparison. Everyone smiled. Just as Lu Qi said, the participants of the exam today were all new disciples that hadn't even joined the sect yet, and they were the lowest level in the 1,000 Crane Sect. Most of the people here were at the middle or late stage of the 6th level of the core transformation realm or above. Those who were able to reach the void-piercing realm could be said to be existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The 1,000 Crane Sect had a preliminary standard when recruiting new disciples. Firstly, he was not even 20 years old. Secondly, he had to reach the 5th level of the core transformation realm or above. Only by fulfilling these 2 conditions would one be qualified to participate in the newcomer assessment. The reason was very simple. A person's talent and comprehension were very important. Possessing a strength at the 5th level of the core transformation realm before the age of 20 meant that the other party possessed good potential and natural endowment. Conversely, if one wasn't able to attain that standard after the age of 20, then it meant that one's comprehension ability and natural endowment were comparatively inferior. The 1,000 Crane Sect wouldn't take a liking to such a person. Moreover, it wasn't just the 1,000 Crane Sect. No other sect would raise a group of useless trash. Of course, this was only the preliminary standard. If they couldn't pass the test, they would still be rejected. Those who completed the test would become official disciples. The loser could only leave. The cruel world had always been one of survival of the fittest. Even if this seemed like a simple test, it was still a reflection of this heartless world. However, almost everyone was filled with hope, and everyone was excited and happy. Your mentor, Shi Lan, is here, Nongqi suddenly said to Chu Hen. Everyone was startled, and they slowly looked around. Where? Lu Qi asked casually. However, Chu Hen smiled, and his gaze swept towards the left. Over here. Nongqi raised her brows in surprise. You can sense her aura. What? Is there a problem? Chu Hen's face revealed some confusion. Nongqi and Jishu could not help but look at each other. Nongqi continued, That shouldn't be the case. With your strength of the second order of the void-breaking realm, you should not be able to perceive her breath. Upon hearing this, Qi Teng and the others who were playing the zither felt that something was amiss. The reason why Nongqi could sense the arrival of Shi Lan was because of her superb perception. Chu Hen did not have the other party's perverted perception, but he knew where Shi Lan was. This did not make sense. You must be talking nonsense, Hua Shui replied. However, just as she finished speaking, a purple-haired girl with a devastatingly beautiful appearance that could cause the downfall of cities and countries appeared in everyone's line of sight. What was unexpected was that the direction that Shi Lan was coming from was the direction that Chu Hen had pointed out earlier. Wow, you really guessed it. Hua Shui continued. However, Chu Hen himself seemed to have faintly sensed that something was wrong. He was very clear that he was not talking nonsense. He did sense that Shi Lan was coming from that direction, including when Shi Lan went to Xiaolin Peak to find him a few days ago. He did not deliberately check, but he knew that the other party was coming. Chu Hen did not think that his perception had reached the level of Nongqi, because he could only perceive Shi Lan's breath. For others, he could not do this. This feeling was like there seemed to be a special power in the two of them that produced a strange resonance. It was this indescribable strange resonance that allowed Chu Hen to perceive Shi Lan's breath. You are here. Immediately, Shi Lan arrived at Chu Hen's side. Mentor! Chu Hen faintly smiled, slightly suppressing the confusion in his heart. Nongqi, Jishu, and the others did not deliberately delve into this matter. Anyway, after so many days of contact, everyone also understood that Chu Hen could not be measured by normal standards. Perhaps, as Hua Shui said, it could be a random guess. Mentor, did you break through? Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and he noticed that the fluctuation of true essence on Shi Lan was much stronger than before. She was at the third stage of the void-piercing realm before, and now she had reached the fourth stage. Shi Lan's beautiful eyes rippled slightly, and she nodded lightly. Yes, I just broke through this morning. So that's how it is. No wonder true essence is a little weak. Chu Hen was pleasantly surprised, and he felt sincerely happy for Shi Lan. On the other hand, Qi Teng, Lu Qi, and the others were astounded inside. As expected, like mentor, like student, Chu Hen's cultivation speed was already beyond the reach of others. But they never expected that Shi Lan's natural talent was so terrifying as well. In fact, Shi Lan's natural talent and comprehension were top-notch in the entire Thousand Crane sect. It was common knowledge that she'd become a Palace Hall disciple before the age of 17. Later on, if it wasn't for the unexpected and early death of her younger brother, Shichen, Shi Lan wouldn't have been overwhelmed with grief and left the Thousand Crane sect for a few years. Perhaps Shi Lan's name would be amongst the 5 core disciples now. Of course, there were no ifs in the past. It was exactly because of this that Chu Hen had gotten to know her. Do all of you still need to participate in the entrance exam? If you think it's troublesome, then I can recommend all of you to become inner court disciples. Shi Lan's red lips parted slightly as she gazed at them with her beautiful eyes. There's no need for that. Qi Teng was the first to refuse. Let's follow the process. In any case, we want to witness what the entrance exam of the Thousand Crane sect is like. Lu Chi nodded in agreement, in order to avoid others from gossiping. It's better for us to rely on our own strength to enter the sect. As for Fu Qin, Hua Shui, and the others, they didn't care at all because they felt that it was fine to treat this exam as a test of their strength. Instructor, are you going to participate in the ranking exam of the Palace Hall disciples? Chu Hen asked. Shilan shook her head. I don't need to participate. Why? This is the will of the higher-ups of the sect. A portion of the higher-ups of the sect are required to stay behind in the sect. After all, the exam is held in the luxuriant forest that's a few 100 kilometers away. If the sect encounters an unexpected situation at this time, then we'll need manpower. Shilan gave a simple explanation. Not all disciples had to participate in the sect's exam every year. You don't have to participate if you don't want to. But the precondition is that your natural talent and strength must be acknowledged by the sect. Perhaps the higher-ups of the sect have other assignments for you. However, most disciples wouldn't let go of this opportunity to improve their status as disciples. Whoosh! As they spoke, a wave of clamorous noise suddenly arose on the square. After that, over 10 higher-ups of the 1,000 Crane sect with extraordinary imposing auras walked over. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, over 10 higher-ups of the 1,000 Crane sect ascended the tall platform at the center of the square. The person in the lead was a slightly plump old man. He walked to the front and glanced at everyone with a wise and sharp gaze. I'm Duan Qingshan, the current Grand Elder of the 1,000 Crane sect. His steady voice was powerful and resonant, and it gave off a powerful aura. Everyone present here was suppressed by the imposing aura he emanated, and the clamorous noise in the surroundings instantly became extremely silent. The Grand Elder of the 1,000 Crane sect? The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even though the old man had restrained his aura, his bearing and aura of an expert were heartfelt and convincing. Firstly, I have to thank all of you for thinking highly of our 1,000 Crane sect and coming all the way here to participate in our new disciple exam. Those who pass the exam will become official disciples of our sect, and those who fail don't have to feel dispirited. My 1,000 Crane sect will still welcome all of you next year or the year after that. Duan Qingshan paused for a moment before he continued. I presume all of you are aware that all of you merely passed the first round of the exam and became official disciples. Now, all of you can choose whether you want to participate in the second round of the exam and advance into the inner court. Advance into the inner court? The eyes of many lit up while excitement appeared on their faces. Of course, the difficulty will definitely increase. Duan Qingshan poured a bucket of cold water over them, and then he continued, if you're able to advance into the inner court, then there's the test to become a palace disciple. After the test ends, you'll even be able to participate in the competition for the rankings of the palace disciples. In short, it can be summed up in a single sentence. So long as you possess the strength to do so, then you'll be able to enter the palace hall in one go and become the highest elite disciple of our 1,000 Crane sect. Duan Qingshan's imposing manner caused the blood of all the newcomers to boil. Charging into the ranks of palace disciples in one go was an achievement that all of them yearned for the most. However, since the 1,000 Crane sect had been established, very few had been able to accomplish that. Duan Qingshan asked in a loud voice, Do all of you have any other questions? All of them remained silent, and the glow of excitement flickered in their eyes. Very good. Now, let me introduce the 2 core disciples of our sect who are in charge of the exam. As soon as the words core disciples were spoken, their hearts couldn't help but light up. Wham! Wham! In the next instant, a wave of piercingly cold air suddenly swept through the surroundings, and then the clouds in the sky surged while a powerful aura smashed down towards the heavens and the earth. Along with the trembling space, 2 dazzling golden beams of light descended from the sky and steadily landed on the left and right sides of the first elder on the high platform. Swoosh! A circle of fierce wind spread out, and 2 fierce young figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Chapter 4:24. Whoosh! As they gazed at the two dazzling pillars of light that descended from the sky, everyone in the surroundings revealed extremely astounded expressions, along with a fierce gale that swept out along with a wave of fine dust and smoke. Two fierce young figures appeared on Duan Qingshan's left and right. Both of them emanated extraordinarily powerful auras. The person on the left wore blue clothes, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He had slanted brows and starry eyes, and his cultured and refined bearing revealed a trace of pride. The person on the right was even more handsome and elegant, and a wisp of a playful smile hung on the corners of his mouth. The clothes on his chest had the pattern of an eagle. The eagle spread its wings, and its imposing aura was fierce and imposing like a ray of light. The blue-clothed man smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry. We're late. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm called Shirwenxing. Ko Tianqin. The man with the eagle pattern on his clothes spoke his name as well. Whoosh! In an instant, an uproar arose on Thousand Range Peak. Many people had looks of envy and respect on their faces. Shirwenxing, Ko Tianqin, two of the 5 core disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. Even amongst the younger generation of the various sects in the 100 Kingdoms prefecture, there were outstanding figures at the top. However, the bearing of these two people instantly dominated the surroundings as soon as they made an appearance. Chu Hen, who stood by Shi Lan's side, squinted slightly, and he nodded with praise in his heart. Both of their strengths had attained the peak of the 4th rank of the void-piercing realm, and they were probably only a step away from the 5th rank. The Thousand Crane sect really was filled with geniuses, and it deserved its reputation of being a sect that had been passed down for 1,000 years. These two people are very strong. Hua Shui licked her lips, and then she casually asked Shilan, are they the two most outstanding people in the Thousand Crane sect? Shilan shook her head, and then her red lips parted slightly as she said, No, there's another personal disciple that the sect master personally taught. He's the strongest amongst the 5 core disciples of our sect. Could it be that he's young Master Yuan Wu Yuan? Lu Qi blurted out. Yes. Shilan nodded in affirmation. Looks like the Thousand Crane sect has quite a few geniuses. Hua Shui said. Shilan smiled faintly and shook her head. She didn't say anything else. The arrival of the Sherwin planet and Ko Tianqin caused the Thousand Range Peak to become much more noisy and restless. Great Elder Duan Qingshan looked at the two of them and said, Do you have any instructions? Shirwenxing shrugged his shoulders. Let's go to the examination grounds first. Anyway, it's not the first time I've done this kind of hard work. Duan Qingshan frowned when he heard the other party's grumbling reply. Be serious. You're so long-winded. I got it. Shirwenxing replied with dissatisfaction. In the entire Thousand Crane sect, only you 5 core disciples dare to grumble before the Grand Elder. Ko Tianqin calmly replied, Great Elder, leave it to us. You can rest assured that the 2 of us will lead the team. Duan Qingshan did not say anything else. He knew very well how strong these 2 people were. Just now, he was just giving him a reminder out of habit. Duan Qingshan said, Since it's like that, then prepare the teleportation formation. Yes, Grand Elder. The figures of the Thousand Crane sect's higher-ups behind him flashed, and they soared into the sky and spread out. Powerful fluctuations of Reiki energy surged out from within them. Everyone on the square was surprised because all of them were actually 9th rank talisman masters, and one of them who was slightly older had even attained the attainments of a spirit talisman master. Along with the powerful Reiki energy that whistled out from their bodies, all of them emanated numerous, dazzling, and gorgeous talismans. Immediately after that, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly, and the talisman masters shot out the talismans they condensed. Over 2,000 talismans rained down like a rain of light and fused into the air. The obscure aura grew even more shocking, and a layer of dazzling silver talismans floated on the spacious ground below the platform. The end of the talisman was connected like flowing silver light, and the strange talisman light was like the ancient and mysterious talisman characters. The senior spirit talisman master shouted, "Teleportation formation! Activate!" Rumble! In the next instant, the talisman emanated a dazzling brilliance, and a silver pillar of light shot into the sky, stirring up waves of chaotic airflow. The silver pillar of light was around 30 meters in diameter, and its interior flickered with light. The space within it was faintly distorted, and it was like a reflection on the surface of water. It was slightly dreamy. This teleportation formation leads to the first location of the test. Duan Qingshan's voice became slightly louder as he looked at the newcomers with a wise gaze, and he could not help but say solemnly, "It's worth mentioning that the location of the test this year is the Mang Mountain Forest that's over 250 kilometers away from the back mountain of our sect." What? The Mang Mountain Forest? As soon as these words were spoken, many people's faces turned pale. Speaking of the Mang Mountain Forest, there were very few people in the 100-nation state who did not know about it. It was a famous forbidden area of death, and its reputation was not inferior to the 10,000 Beasts Ridge at all. However, the reason why the 10,000 Beasts Ridge was famous was that it was rumored to be a demon sealing land. Moreover, the demonic beasts living in the Mang Mountain Forest were much more than those living in the 10,000 Beasts Ridge. Moreover, the death zone of the Mang Mountain Forest was inaccessible and the terrain was steep. It could be said that it was a place where demonic beasts ran amok, and there were many dangers. The first elder looked at the crowd and continued, "During the process of the test, it's hard to guarantee that no one will die because of it. Therefore, those who want to give up before going to the first location of the test can immediately go down the mountain." The test had not yet begun, but the first elder directly poured a basin of cold water on the crowd. Some of the weaker people were struggling in their hearts. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. It didn't matter if they passed the test, but if they lost their lives, it was really not worth it. Hee, you guys take your time to think about it. I'll go over there to prepare first. Sherwin Shing chuckled playfully. Then he moved and leaped into the teleportation formation. Buzz. The space trembled slightly, and Sherwin Shing immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the silver light pillar. The other core disciple, Ko Tianqin, did not leave immediately. He crossed his arms in front of him and looked at the crowd with interest. Soon after, a few people headed toward the teleportation formation without hesitation. A bunch of cowards. They've been hesitating for so long. It's better for them to go back and wait for their deaths. Don't come back to the sect. Let's go. One by one, the young figures entered the teleportation formation and turned into bright and beautiful shadows that disappeared into the light pillar. After all, there were only a few people who were cowardly. Soon after, the crowd passed through the teleportation formation and headed to the first location of the test. "It's time for us to go as well," Qi Ting said confidently. Naturally, it was not only Qi Ting, but Lu Qi, Fu Qin, Hua Shui, and the others were also confident. In their opinion, this kind of test would only be challenging when one was trying to become a palace disciple. As for the tests before that, they were not difficult at all. "Instructor, we'll go then," Chu Hen said. "Okay, although your strength is quite good, don't be too careless. Mount Mang is not a safe place. Be careful," Shilan said as she smoothed out Chu Hen's slightly wrinkled collar. It was just a subconscious action, but Shilan's gentleness made everyone around her fall for her. Ko Tianqin, a core disciple who was standing next to the great elder, happened to see the scene. His face suddenly became a little cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chu Hen gently sniffed and smiled helplessly. "Instructor, you're making people hate me." "What?" Shilan was a little confused. Look at the eyes of these people who want to eat me alive. Shilan was angry and amused at the same time. What are you thinking? You're getting more and more indecent. Then, after Shilan gave a few simple instructions, Chu Hen, Chi Teng, and the others also entered the teleportation formation. The space trembled, and there was a feeling of dizziness. Then, like the others, they turned into rays of light and disappeared on the spot. Shilan was very confident in Chu Hen. After seeing them off, she also left Thousand Range Peak. Ko Tianqin stared at Shilan's departing figure with a profound look in his eyes. She had never paid any attention to him at all from start to finish. This made him, as a core disciple, feel a faint sense of defeat. Now I want to see what ability that man has to make you ignore me. Whoosh! A bright white light flashed in front of them, and their vision became clear. Chu Hen and the others steadily landed on the ground. After they passed through the teleportation formation, they appeared in an ancient small city. It was obvious that this ancient city was quite old. It was dilapidated, full of potholes, and emitted a dense aura of decay and desolation from all directions. The newcomers were in the ancient city's central square. The dilapidated ground was full of holes of all sizes, and it was riddled with holes. There was an ancient stone platform in front of them, and Sherwin Shing and a few high-ranking members of the Thousand Crane sect were standing on it. A square table was placed in front of them, and a pile of scrolls was placed on the table. Everyone, please stand here. I'll briefly explain the rules of the first round of the test. Sure, when Shing clapped his hands lightly with a frivolous smile on his face. Even though they hadn't become disciples of the Thousand Crane sect, yet they still respected the status and strength of the sect's core disciples. About 1,000 newcomers who were preparing to participate in the test stood in an orderly manner. Sure, when Shing glanced at them, and then he casually picked up a scroll on the table. Chapter 425. Everyone has a scroll with different instructions on it. Complete your mission according to the instructions. You'll have to complete your mission according to the instructions. Sherwin Shing raised the scroll in his hand and spoke loudly. Everyone's eyes lit up slightly, and there was a faint hint of emotion in their eyes. Of course, this is only the beginning of the mission. After you complete the mission, you'll have to head to the next transfer station. When you successfully arrive at the transfer station, it means that you've successfully become an official disciple of the sect. Then, you'll have two choices before you. Sure, when Shing paused for a moment before his brows raised slightly, he said with a spurious smile on his face, the two choices are to return to the sect to celebrate becoming an official disciple or exchange for a new scroll to take the inner court's test. Naturally, the test will be more difficult than the last. If you fail, you'll still be an official disciple. However, if you're accidentally crippled during the test, the sect won't support you. Even if you lose your life, we'll only collect your corpse at most. At that time, you'll have to consider whether you want to return to the sect or continue participating in the test. Sherwin Shing's words were extremely sharp. Many people felt slightly anxious when they heard this. He believed that after hearing what he said, many people would carefully consider the rest of the itinerary. If all of you complete the inner court's mission, you'll have two choices as well. You can either return to the sect or continue participating in the test to become a palace disciple. If you're lucky and accidentally become a palace disciple, there'll be a competition for the ranking of the palace disciples. Lucky! Accidentally. Sherwin Shing used these two words in a mocking tone, indicating that in his eyes, these people in front of him did not have the ability to reach the palace division. Of course, there were exceptions, Sherwin Shing said. May I know if any of you have any questions? Me. A delicate young woman raised her hand. Speak. Is there a time limit for the mission? Yes. Sherwin Shing answered without hesitation. He looked at everyone and said, the time limit for every mission is 3 days at most. If you exceed this time limit, then it'll be useless even if you complete the mission in the end. If any of you want to give up halfway, you can go to the transfer station as well. We'll send all of you back to the Thousand Crane sect out of humanitarianism. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone stopped asking questions because they'd asked all they needed to ask. Xiao. At this moment, another core disciple in charge of the assessment, Ko Tianqin, also arrived through the teleportation array. Ko Tianqin flashed to Sherwinstar's side and calmly asked, "How is it? Have you explained everything clearly?" "I'm done. Let the assessment begin." And Sherwin nodded. With a flick of his palm, a dazzling golden scroll appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the golden scroll flew out and landed softly on an empty space below the stage. Buzz, buzz! After landing on the ground, the scroll unfurled itself and released a dazzling light. Along with intense energy fluctuations, light patterns flowed on the golden scroll, flickering with a dazzling luster. A circle of strange runes spread out in all directions from the scroll and dispersed. Then a pale golden pillar of light rose into the air and shot straight into the void. "It's a small teleportation circle," Ji Shu said softly. "Is it different from the one just now?" Hua Shui asked casually. "The one just now is a medium teleportation circle, which can teleport up to 1,000 miles, while a small teleportation circle can teleport up to a distance of 200 miles. However, this kind of small teleportation circle can be carried around. As long as there's a teleportation receiving point, it can be used at any time and anywhere." "Wow, that's great. Senior sister Ji Shu, you should also make one." Ji Shu shook her head. "Although it's only a small teleportation circle, it can only be completed by spiritual tattooists, and the materials are extremely expensive. It's not easy to make." "Okay." Hua Shui pouted unhappily. Chu Hen secretly nodded. Indeed, only the sex could take out these things. The first round of assessment is about to begin. You will take the task scroll in turn and then enter the assessment site from this small teleportation circle. Sherwin said. Everyone's mind shook and they all became alert. "I'll go first." Immediately, a young man with the strength of the void-breaking realm took the lead. He took a scroll from the table and then walked toward the pale golden pillar of light. "By the way, I have one last thing to remind you." Sherwin suddenly thought of something. The young man stopped and looked at him together with everyone else. Sherwin nodded slightly and smiled faintly. "Good luck to you." Hearing this, everyone suddenly had an impulse to curse. He thought it was something important, so the atmosphere was very tense. The corner of the young man's eyes twitched slightly, and then he snorted in his heart. Then he moved and went directly into the teleportation circle, turning into a flowing light and disappearing. Everyone followed him in an orderly manner. They took the task scroll in an orderly manner and went to the assessment site of the first round through the small teleportation circle. "Let's form a team later." Hua Shui's mind was full of strange ideas. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" She smiled while playing the zither. "No." Hua Shui shrugged. She just finished her sentence and then changed her words. "Actually, I'm a little afraid." Although Hua Shui was a 9th grade advanced rune master, she was mainly proficient in the field of alchemy. Fighting was not her forte. Furthermore, she was usually with a few of her sisters. Suddenly being alone made her a little nervous. "I told you to put more effort into cultivation. Now you know fear. I'm in charge of medical treatment. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. You're such a coward." Nongqi sighed helplessly. With her perception, even if they were separated by the teleportation circle, she could still find Hua Shui in the shortest time possible. There were fewer and fewer people in front. Soon, it was Chu Hen's group's turn. "You guys go first. I'll be the last," Chu Hen said. "Okay." Tang Xian took the task scroll from Sherwin and the others before entering the teleportation circle. Hua Shui, I'll wait for you in front, Lu Qi said. Lu Qi had been living with the four of them at Tsiyuan Peak, and their relationship had improved a lot. Okay. Hua Shui smiled sweetly. Then Fuqin, Nongqi, Jishu, and Hua Shui took the task scrolls and left one after another. When Chu Hen went up to take the scroll, everyone on the stone platform looked at him meaningfully. In the past few days, Chu Hen was considered a celebrity in the Thousand Crane sect. He was also the first new disciple in history to defeat 2 palace disciples in a row. However, Chu Hen could clearly sense that there seemed to be a certain gaze that wasn't particularly friendly. Chu Hen looked up and met Ko Tianqin's indifferent gaze. There were some faint sparks flying in the air. The other party's eyes clearly contained some provocation and disdain. He didn't seem to have offended Ko Tianqin. Why was he being treated coldly for no reason? Although he was puzzled, Chu Hen didn't show too much emotion. He casually grabbed a scroll. However, at this moment, Ko Tianqin suddenly picked up a scroll and smiled with interest. Junior brother Chu Hen, do you want this? Take it. As he finished speaking, Ko Tianqin directly threw the scroll in his hand towards Chu Hen. It left a series of afterimages in the air. The speed at which the scroll flew was extremely fast. Chu Hen's pupils slightly shrank. He raised his hand and with a "pa" sound, he firmly caught the scroll in his hand. The moment the scroll entered his hand, a fierce force surged into Chu Hen's body. His entire arm instantly felt sore and swollen. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden scene. Chu Hen's eyes darkened slightly, and a trace of anger surged out of his brows. What's wrong? Junior brother Chu Hen, is there something else? Ko Tianqin asked coldly. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. He replied calmly, it's nothing. Thank you for sending me off, senior brother Ko. Haha, you're welcome. We're from the same sect. Oh, I was wrong. We're not from the same sect yet. We will be. Chu Hen smiled and didn't say anything else. He turned around and entered the teleportation array. Seeing that Chu Hen had been teleported away, Sherwin Xing smiled playfully. He's a love rival. I can understand. I've said it before. He's not worthy. Ko Tianqin's eyes shone with a sharp light. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen was teleported from the ancient city to a vast mountain range. Mang Mountain Forest. It was a famous death zone. Demonic beasts roamed freely, and there were many dangerous places. In the distance, the forest was lush, and the mountains were undulating. The roars of all kinds of fierce beasts reverberated between heaven and earth. Chu Hen swept his gaze across his surroundings. The area that his gaze could see was only himself. The teleportation array was random. The newcomers who participated in the assessment would not be gathered together. Chu Hen tightly clenched his fist, which was holding onto the mission scroll. Then he loosened it. After repeating it a few times, he let out a deep breath and muttered to himself, That Ko Tianqin's attacks are really heavy. The scroll that Ko Tianqin had casually tossed out contained a tremendous amount of power. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Hen's body was much stronger than ordinary people, his arm would have been broken by the force. There was no hatred in this world for no reason. There had to be a reason for Ko Tianqin to suddenly show off his power like this. It seems that I need to be careful. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes. He didn't need to think too much about it. He opened the scroll in his hand. There was a map and a simple instruction on the scroll. Kill 10 demonic beasts of level 5 and above. Level 5 demonic beasts? Chu Hen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This was really simple. Chapter 4:26. Boom! Along with an incomparably ferocious force surged out. A terrifying shockwave spread out like a meteorite. A huge rage bear, dozens of meters tall, was flung away. The powerful impact sent its huge body crashing into a hill. Shrubs were crushed into pieces, and rocks flew everywhere. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and more than half of the hill collapsed on the spot. I'm done with the 10th one. Swoosh! A dazzling silver light streaked across the sky and landed next to the rage bear's carcass. It's really easy. Chu Hen raised his brows. The first round's mission was to kill 10 spirit beasts of 5th grade and above. Along the way, every high-grade spirit beast was killed by Chu Hen with a single punch. After all, his overall level was much higher than the newcomers, so this level of challenge was not difficult at all. Buzz! Chu Hen raised his hand, and with a flash of white light, he put the rage bear's carcass into his storage tool. Then he took out the mission scroll. There was a map on the scroll, and the coordinates of the trial's transfer station were marked on it. After determining a rough direction, Chu Hen's body moved, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the horizon. The vast and boundless Mang mountain forest was like a vast green ocean. The undulating mountain range exuded a mysterious and profound aura. On the way to the examinations transfer station, Chu Hen saw quite a few other newcomers who were currently fighting with monstrous beasts. In reality, for the majority of newcomers, killing 10 spirit beasts of rank 5 and above was not an easy task. Chu Hen casually looked for Hua Shui, Qi Ting, and the others, however, he did not see any familiar figures. After a simple search failed, Chu Hen did not deliberately look for them. With their strength, Chu Hen was not worried that there would be any problems. In the first round of the trial, the strongest spirit beasts were only 7th grade spirit beasts. There was not even a single 8th grade or 9th grade spirit beast. The 1,000 crane sex test for newcomers was also based on a specific standard. Although it was difficult, they would not deliberately send you to your death. After a while, Chu Hen arrived at an empty plain. About 2 miles ahead, there was an ancient city. This city was a bit more magnificent than the ancient city from before, but it was also dilapidated and simple, with broken walls everywhere. Looking from afar, there was a middle-aged man with a calm aura standing on the city wall. On his left was a long table with a pile of unopened scrolls. Looking at Chu Hen's approaching figure, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. Hua! Chu Hen steadily flashed to the top of the city wall and asked with a more polite tone, "Is this the examination transfer station?" "That's right." The middle-aged man nodded. "You're the first to arrive here. Give me the mission scroll." Chu Hen nodded his head, then handed over the mission scroll in his hand to the other party. The middle-aged man opened the scroll and said, "Kill 10 spirit beasts at the 5th grade or above. This mission is quite difficult." His voice hadn't finished, resounding through the air, when Chu Hen waved his hand, and then an expanse of dazzling white light flashed. In an instant, the corpses of demon beasts were piled all over the ground before them. "What?" The middle-aged man was shocked. He glanced over and noticed that all the demon beasts had been blasted to the point they were unrecognizable, and fresh blood was still flowing from them. Obviously, they'd just died not too long ago. The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, while slight praise surged out from the space between his brows. All of them had actually been killed with a single strike. "What's your name?" As he asked this question, he withdrew a golden book and opened it to reveal a list of names. "Chu Hen." "Oh, you're that Chu Hen who defeated Meng Hong?" The middle-aged man was even more surprised. Chu Hen smiled and said, "I was just lucky." The middle-aged man seemed to appreciate Chu Hen's humble attitude. He nodded in satisfaction and found Chu Hen's name on the golden book. He tapped on it with his finger, and in the next instant, Chu Hen's name became especially bright. As for the other names, they were dimmer. "Congratulations on becoming an official disciple of our sect." The man smiled warmly and said, "Next, you have 2 choices. You can receive a new mission scroll and take the inner disciple assessment, or you can return to the sect through that teleportation formation." The middle-aged man pointed to a bright light pillar on the left. The light pillar was about 5 meters wide and golden light patterns flowed on top and bottom. It pierced into the sky and looked like a passageway leading to the Sky Palace. "Give me a new mission scroll," Chu Hen answered without hesitation. The middle-aged man wasn't surprised at all. He raised his hand and made a please gesture. "Choose for yourself." Chu Hen nodded and walked to the side of the long table. He picked up the nearest scroll. He unfurled the scroll and saw a new map and a new mission sign. "Extract the blood essence of the giant lava rock beast." Giant lava rock beast? Chu Hen raised his eyelids slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "What mission is it?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. Chu Hen casually pointed the scroll at the other party. "Giant lava rock beast. This is a troublesome existence among the level 1 beast kings. However, I believe that it shouldn't be a problem for you," the middle-aged man said with determination. Chu Hen smiled and said, "I hope so. Go. You'll enter the inner disciple assessment area. For hours later, the second round of assessment will officially begin. In other words, you might meet some of the older official disciples of our sect. They are also taking the assessment to become an inner disciple." The assessments of the various levels were closely linked and progressed in an orderly manner. The first round was the assessment for new disciples to become official disciples. Once a batch of new disciples became official disciples, they could follow the older official disciples to accept missions and assessments and attempt to become an inner disciple. In order to allow the new disciples and the older disciples to have a better synchronization, the next round of assessment would officially begin 4 hours later. Therefore, the next round of assessment would officially begin 4 hours after the first person successfully ascended to the inner disciple rank. It was a simple principle. Once the first person successfully ascended to the inner disciple rank, there would definitely be a large number of new disciples completing their missions within the next 4 hours. At that time, the next round of assessment would begin. Then the new disciples and the older disciples would mix together and participate in the next round of assessment together. Of course, the Thousand Crane sect would also make adjustments according to the circumstances during the assessment. The sect was very experienced in dealing with such matters. In a sense, these 4 hours are an additional reward for you. You can choose to rest, or you can search for the giant lava rock beast to complete your mission, the middle-aged man reminded him. Generally speaking, the first person to complete a mission would choose to rest for 4 hours. That way, they would be in a better state for the next round of assessment. However, with Chu Hen's strength, he clearly didn't need to rest. "Got it. Immediate success. Thank you." Chu Hen didn't stay here for long. He soared into the sky again and headed towards the second round of the inner court exam. The Thousand Crane sect's exam area gradually extended towards the depths of the forest. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it would be, and the stronger the demon beasts one would encounter would be. Because Chu Hen was the first new disciple to enter the exam area, he could only see the boundless forest and all sorts of formidable demon beasts. Giant lava rock beast. Chu Hen muttered softly to himself. Both its offensive and defensive abilities were extremely shocking, and it could be considered as a top-rate existence amongst Grade 1 Beast Kings. It was even to the extent that some Grade 2 demon beasts didn't dare rashly offend it. Of course, Chu Hen didn't take it seriously at all. The only difficulty he faced was that the giant lava rock beast wasn't easy to find. Compared to the first round of the newcomer exam, the second round of the exam was clearly much more difficult. The inner court disciples of the Thousand Crane sect had to possess a certain level of courage and adaptability. The giant lava rock beast is a fire element beast king. I presume it should be in a rather hot area. Chapter 4:27. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Hen had gone through countless places, but he still hadn't found a single colossal lava beast. However, the test to become an inner court disciple had begun. The fluctuations of energy could be sensed from all over the place. Compared to the first round of the test, The second round was clearly of a higher standard. Rays of dazzling light erupted wantonly in the distance. All sorts of powerful martial techniques erupted like a raging torrent, and they gave rise to waves of violent and monstrous energy. The roars of all sorts of demon beasts resounded through the mountain stream. At the same time, the shrill cries of humans were occasionally accompanied by them as well. The test was never safe, and it was accompanied by blood and sacrifices. At the peak of a spacious mountain, Chu Hen stood there, his pitch-black eyes that were like ink swept across the surrounding environment. This was a barren mountain range, and the area in an area of over 5 kilometers was covered in solid rock. The temperature of the rock beneath his feet was extremely high, and it felt scalding hot when it came into contact with his skin. The winding mountain ridge was like the bones of a dragon that lay prostrate on the ground. Occasionally, some unknown weeds would grow out from between the cracks in the rocks, and occasionally, a tiny lizard would crawl across the ground. He'd searched so many places, but the temperature in this area was the highest. But it just so happened that Chu Hen hadn't been able to find a single colossal lava beast after so long. How strange! Could it be that there aren't any colossal lava beasts in the Mang Mountain forest? Chu Hen shook his head and quickly rejected that thought. Since it was a test assigned by the Thousand Crane sect, then they would definitely confirm the situation here. There was absolutely no reason for them to assign such a baseless mission to him. Let's go look elsewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen's figure flashed towards another direction. Bang! At this moment, an incomparably heavy and earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from a mountain ridge in the rear area. A vast aura of chaos swept through the surroundings, and then over a dozen figures in sorry states dashed over in panic. Let's go! That fellow is too terrifying. This is so King strange. As the crowd fled in all directions, they were constantly shouting in panic. Chu Hen furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. Then he dashed towards the few people who were rushing towards him. What happened? Chu Hen asked. Master Chu Hen, junior brother, no, senior brother. The person in the lead recognized the person in front of him as Chu Hen, who had defeated the palace disciple, Meng Hong, with an illusory technique. He quickly changed the way he addressed him and addressed him as senior brother instead of junior brother. Why are you all so flustered? Chu Hen asked casually. Lava boulder beast. Another person stammered. Lava boulder? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. After searching for so long, he finally found this guy's trail. Then, the man continued to speak incoherently. Crazy lava boulder beast. That thing that killed 1,000 knives is like crazy, much more fierce than before. 2 senior brothers of the First Order of the Breaking Void Realm were killed by that guy with one punch, killing 2 void-piercing realm masters with one punch. Chu Hen couldn't help but be stunned. The lava boulder beast shouldn't be so fierce. Let's not talk about it. Senior brother Chu Hen, you should go too. This lava boulder beast is definitely a mutant freak. After saying a few words in a hurry, they continued to run away. They were here for the assessment. If they lost their lives, it would be a big loss. Looking at the few people who were scared out of their wits, Chu Hen's eyebrows showed a hint of curiosity. Without the slightest consideration, he immediately headed towards the back of the ridge. When Chu Hen approached that place, a wave of scorching air that overflowed to the heavens pounced on him. Roar! Along with the roar of a tyrant, a huge monster appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. It was a rock beast with a body of more than 100 meters. Its whole body was covered with a thick layer of dark red solid rock. At a glance, it looked like a terrifying product that was pieced together by boulders. It was the lava boulder beast. Chu Hen's heart lit up. However, he quickly discovered that something was wrong. The lava boulder beast was a peak existence among the first-level beast kings. At best, it could only be comparable to a second-level beast king. However, the aura of the big guy in front of him was actually comparable to a third-level Beast King. No wonder those people were scared out of their wits. For them, a third-level Beast King was not even worth considering. Their only choice was to turn around and run. That is, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. He then discovered that the surface of the lava boulder beast's body was faintly floating with a layer of strange light. The light flickered, showing a faint, dark gold color. Under the dark red skin of the other party, it seemed to be wearing a gauze with light patterns. Roar! Soon, the lava boulder beast discovered Chu Hen's arrival. It was shocked, angry, and disdainful. Others would run as far as they could, but this guy in front of it, who was not afraid of death, actually dared to stand in front of it. In the next moment, the lava boulder beast did not hesitate to throw a punch at the other party. Buzz, buzz, a violent and powerful wave of air swept out. The huge fist was like a house with the force of rolling thunder. The vast and majestic aura caused the space to tremble uneasily. Humph! Faced with the extremely explosive punch of the other party, Chu Hen did not even have the intention of dodging. With a sharp gaze, a beautiful circle of golden-red illusory flames bloomed from his body like a wreath. Chu Hen fearlessly threw out his right fist, facing the huge rock fist head-on. Bang! There was a violent turbulence and tremor in the sky. Chu Hen's right fist, which was swallowing and spitting illusory flames, collided with the lava boulder beast. At the moment when the two met, a dazzling illusory brilliance burst out like the sun, and a bright halo spread in all directions like ripples on the surface of the water. The two forces, which seemed to have a huge difference, blended and impacted, and the lava boulder beast was shaken to the point of retreating. And Chu Hen was still standing in the same place as a mountain, exuding a transcendent aura from head to toe. Roar, the lava boulder beast, was furious, and a pair of huge, millstone-like eyes revealed a thick and fierce light. The human in front of it was not as weak as he looked. However, Chu Hen was even more shocked in his heart. His punch just now only made the other party retreat a few dozen meters. It should be known that Chu Hen's physical strength was far better than that of ordinary people. Even under normal circumstances, it could be comparable to an expert in the third rank of the void-piercing realm, especially when he released the power of the flaming sun body refinement technique. Now, Chu Hen had almost cultivated the flaming sun body refinement technique to the stage of great mastery. Although it was still a little short of a splitting spirit weapon, it was not a problem to contend with a spirit weapon. There is indeed something wrong with this guy. There must be something wrong with this guy. Chu Hen pondered for a moment and then moved his mind. Wisps of black light surged out like a tide, lingering outside his body, and an amazing power broke out of his body before the lava boulder beast launched a second round of attacks. Chu Hen took the lead and launched a particularly fierce attack on the other party. Swish! The rapid wind was sharp and ear-piercing, and Chu Hen dragged a series of afterimages in the air. His speed was so fast that he was like a flowing shadow. Roar! The lava boulder beast spat out a low roar, raised its giant arm, and slapped fiercely at Chu Hen. Bang! Two huge rock palms collided together. Chu Hen drew an arc, like a butterfly passing through flowers, and quickly flew through the opponent's fingers. Then he swept to the front of the opponent's head and punched the center of the opponent's forehead. The fist, wrapped in a strange black light, was crowned with the power of thunder. Streams of rapidly rotating black chi swirled around Chu Hen's arm at high speed. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist force that contained a terrifying lethality landed solidly on the opponent's forehead. The impact was like a raging mountain as it came crashing down, causing loose gravel to scatter in all directions. The lava boulder beast suddenly lost its center of gravity, let out an angry roar, and then fell backward. Chapter 428. Boom! Chu Hen's fist, which was surrounded by brilliant illusory flames and dense black light, landed solidly on the lava boulder beast's head. The lava boulder beast's enormous body was instantly sent flying, crashing into the back of a mountain and causing a large area to collapse. It's still not dead? Chu Hen stared at the lava boulder beast, which was still exuding a powerful aura. This was truly strange. The lava boulder beast didn't seem to be a mutated species, so how could it be so much stronger than normal lava boulder beasts? Roar! The lava boulder beast let out an incomparably angry roar as it crawled back up from where it had fallen. Immediately afterwards, a wave of violent energy exploded from its body, causing the ground to tremble. A wave of heat swept out in all directions. Under Chu Hen's slightly shocked gaze, the lava boulder beast's enormous body actually split apart. Cracks spread across its body like a dried-up riverbed, and bright red liquid flowed through the cracks. The scorching heat was rampant, and the red liquid looked just like magma from the Earth's core. Roar! The raging flames caused the ground to tremble, and all of the demonic beasts within a radius of a few thousand meters fled in panic. The lava boulder beast faced Chu Hen, its wide mouth wide open, and a red light flowed out of it. Whoosh! In the next instant, a stream of scarlet magma gushed towards Chu Hen with great momentum. Chu Hen's heart jolted. This big guy still had such a trick up its sleeve? He hurriedly used the light, shaking movement technique to dodge. The scarlet red magma traversed through the sky and then attacked a mountain peak behind Chu Hen. Boom! Like a volcano erupting, a pillar of fire shot into the sky, and a scarlet mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Half of the mountain peak collapsed, and the few small shrubs and small animals that lived in the cracks in the rocks were instantly turned into ashes. So, savage? Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows raised, but he was both shocked and suspicious. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the lava boulder beast continued its next round of attacks. It opened its huge mouth, and 3 streams of scarlet lava burst out in a row, sweeping wildly at Chu Hen. An incomparably shocking high temperature filled this world, and even the space was faintly distorted from the scorching heat. Chu Hen kept leaving a series of afterimages in the void, changing his position like a ghost. The lava boulder beasts bombarded the area indiscriminately. Extremely terrifying magma wantonly attacked the mountain ridges in all directions. Smoke rose in all directions, and the color of the sky changed. Flames soared into the sky, and the area within 1,000 meters was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Roar! The giant beast roared, its flames raging. At this moment, the other party was like a volcano with its own consciousness. Wherever he aimed, magma would surge like a flood. F***TK, this bastard is crazy. Even Chu Hen couldn't help but curse. He was more or less speechless. He had never heard of a lava boulder beast being so ferocious. This eruption of magma was as if it didn't care about its own life. In just a few blinks of an eye, the entire area had turned dark. Fireballs of all sizes fell like rain, covering the sky and earth as they smashed chaotically in this space. The ground was blasted open one after another, and the scene was a scene of desolation. Flames rose everywhere. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the other official disciples who were participating in the assessment. Many people quickly rushed over, but when they saw the chaotic scene, they were so scared that they didn't dare to approach, and only watched from afar. But seeing this situation, Chu Hen's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "I'm not playing with you anymore." Zung! A sharp metallic sound rang in the air, and the limitless Fong appeared in Chu Hen's palm. Boom! Immediately after, an incomparably powerful and majestic aura erupted from Chu Hen's body. Resplendent silver splendor filled the air, and it was as dazzling as a star. The energy waves on Chu Hen's body continued to surge, and the space trembled violently like fireworks. 6 silver shadows separated from Chu Hen's body. In an instant, 7 identical Chu Hen appeared in the world, and the aura emitted from each of them was exactly the same. Roar! The giant lava beast's huge eyes revealed a hint of fear as it witnessed the astonishing scene before it. Then a vigorous and substantial flame rose from the lava boulder beast's body. The huge beast was more than 100 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in red flames. This kind of aura caused the mountains and rivers to tremble, and the hearts of the people in all directions trembled. Immediately after, the lava boulder beast's aura surged. It opened its huge mouth and spat out 7 terrifying streams of lava. The 7 streams of lava were like dancing fire snakes, and they swept towards the 7 Chu Hens with a boundless, destructive aura. At the same time, the 7 Chu Hens had already raised the black sabers in their hands. The powerful power of the stars gathered on the limitless Fang's blade like silver lightning, and the black saber was instantly dyed silver. From a distance, it seemed as if Chu Hen's hands were holding 7 lightning pillars. 7-star kill, Alcade slash, buzz. Along with Chu Hen's shout, the 7 sabers rose up in anger, and beautiful patterns of light filled the sky. The 7 silver saber rays that were 100 meters wide tore through the air with the power of a thunderbolt and created a dense killing power as they slashed towards the 7 streams of scarlet lava. Boom! The terrifying power was like the violent collision of a meteor and a flood. The sky lost its color, and the wind and clouds surged. Circles of scorching heat waves were released high up in the sky, and a tsunami-like curtain of fire stacked up and soared into the sky. However, how could the lava boulder beast's power compete with Chu Hen's? It only managed to block for less than 2 seconds, and the 7 silver saber rays directly split the scarlet lava apart with the power to split a mountain. The vast power was earth-shattering, as if it was splitting the waves. In the next instant, the 7 starry saber rays that broke through the scarlet lava were like flying arrows that had traveled back thousands of years, and all of them hit the lava boulder beast's body. Boom! The earth trembled, and an incomparably powerful force came crashing down. Rocks flew everywhere, and the mountains swayed. Roar! Along with a miserable cry of pain, the rock layer on the lava boulder beast's body shattered inch by inch, and it exploded wantonly. Scalding blood rained down while a string of damaged internal organs sprayed all over the place. The lava boulder beast's violent aura swiftly weakened, and then it let out a low howl of pain before it fell to the ground, causing dust and dirt to fly into the air and a large expanse of rocks to be flattened. That's really terrifying. The other official disciples of the Thousand Crane sect who were spectating from afar were stunned. Is that Chu Hen? Who else could it be? What's going on with that lava boulder beast? Why is his aura so terrifying? Ignore him. It's more important for us to complete our own assignments. Since they were at the test grounds, they had no intention of heading over to Chu Hen's location. All of them exclaimed with surprise and bewilderment as they dispersed. After that, Chu Hen flew down and flashed over to the lava boulder beast's side, and then the other 6 figures in the sky gradually vanished. The lava boulder beast's internal organs had been destroyed, and it couldn't be more dead. You've brought honor to your lava beast clan. Chu Hen spoke casually before he withdrew a transparent glass container and extracted its blood essence. The lava boulder beast's blood essence contained shocking fire elemental energy, and its bright blood was suffused with a faint golden glow. It didn't take long for Chu Hen to collect a full bottle of the lava beast's blood essence, and then he extracted the lava beast's beast core. The lava beast's entire body was a treasure, but it was too huge. Even though Chu Hen had quite a few storage treasures in his possession, none of them could contain the lava beast's treasures. So, Chu Hen didn't intend to take the lava beast's corpse with him. Right when Chu Hen finished collecting the blood essence and beast core and was about to leave, a strange phenomenon drew his attention again. The lava beast's body was actually faintly emanating a soft golden light. The strands of light were very soft, and it was impossible to notice if one didn't look closely. Logically speaking, the lava beast was already dead, and its body shouldn't be emitting such obvious energy waves. Coupled with the lava beast's abnormal strength, there was definitely an extraordinary secret behind it. Chu Hen's curiosity was piqued. He placed his left palm on the lava beast's body, and his true inner force floated out of his body. His perception spread out, and he began to probe and search. His breathing was steady, and he held his breath. After a short probing search, Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He had found something. There. Chu Hen's gaze swept across the lava beast's abdomen. He could clearly feel a strange and obscure energy wave in the lava beast's abdomen. Immediately, Chu Hen flashed to the lava beast's huge body, and he stabbed the limitless fang into its thick, rocky skin. Chi! Even though the lava beast was already dead, its skin was still shockingly hard. The thick, rocky skin was almost a meter thick, but the limitless fang was a treasure ranked 19th on the spiritual weapon ranking. It could cut through iron like mud, and it was still relatively easy to cut open the lava beast's flesh. After a while, the lava beast's huge stomach appeared in front of Chu Hen. That thing can't be in the lava beast's stomach, right? Chu Hen's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Hen wrapped the limitless fang with his true inner force, and then stabbed it into the huge stomach that was as big as a house. A pungent smell hit him in the face, followed by a crisp ding sound. Chu Hen only felt that the limitless fang had abruptly chopped on a hard material, and at the same time, a wave of restless energy traveled along the blade, and Chu Hen could feel it. Found that thing. Chu Hen's handsome brows raised, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Chapter 429. That thing was hidden in the lava boulder beast's stomach. Chu Hen's heart lit up, and his eyes glowed with a faint light of anticipation. Hiss! The limitless tooth blossomed with a sharp blade edge, and in the next instant the lava boulder beast's stomach was split open from the middle. Accompanied by a particularly pungent and sour smell, a sticky stomach acid mucus and undigested food appeared in front of Chu Hen. This was really not a good job. Chu Hen shook his head helplessly, then raised his eyebrows, and a black stone attracted his attention. It was a stone about 10 centimeters wide, completely black like a piece of graphite. Buzz! Chu Hen released a wisp of true yuan and extracted the stone, then took out a clean piece of white cloth and held it in his palm. What was surprising was that once the black stone left the lava boulder beast's body, the soft light floating on the latter's corpse immediately disappeared. So this is the reason. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, if that was the case, the reason why the lava boulder beast had become so violent and powerful was most likely because of the strange stone. A moment later, on top of a rock, Chu Hen held the stone that he had wiped clean, and there was a hint of confusion between his eyebrows. This stone was very irregular, and the edges and corners were relatively clear and sharp. After careful observation, Chu Hen came to the conclusion that this thing was most likely a fragment of an item. As for what it was not yet possible to make a conclusion. Then, an obscure pattern on the surface of the black stone attracted Chu Hen's attention. Then a second, a third, the pattern was reflected in Chu Hen's eyes. These patterns were dark gold in color, and because the stone was pure black, it would be very difficult to notice these patterns without careful observation. Is it a rune? Chu Hen muttered to himself. If it was a rune, then he was a bit speechless because Chu Hen didn't recognize any of the lines on it. Immediately, he separated a wisp of true core strength from his fingertip and tried to integrate it into the stone. However, as soon as the true core strength touched the stone, it was blocked by an invisible force and could not enter at all. Then, Chu Hen released the power of his demon eyes. His pitch-black eyes quietly surged with a demonic purple color. Under the detection of the demon eye, the internal structure of the strange stone appeared in front of Chu Hen. These The interior of the stone contained numerous complicated and mysterious lines. Within these strange symbols was a cluster of grayish golden light. An obscure energy fluctuation was transmitted from the cluster of light, giving one a firm feeling that could not be seen through. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Even demons, I couldn't see through what that ball of golden light was. The reason could be that the level of the demon I holy body was still relatively low, and its power was not enough. Or maybe this thing had a great origin and contained unknown secrets that people could not pry into. After studying it for a long time, Chu Hen still couldn't figure it out, so he just ignored it for the time being. I'll take it back first, and slowly study it after the exam. Chu Hen thought to himself. To be able to make a level 1 lava rock beast burst out with power that exceeded a level 3 beast king, it was enough to show that this was not an ordinary item. As for why it was in the belly of the lava rock beast, it was most likely that the beast had accidentally swallowed it. Forget it. Let's go to the exam transfer station first. Immediately, Chu Hen put the black stone into his storage ring, then took out the mission scroll. After finding the coordinates of the transfer station, he stepped into the air and flew in a certain direction. About half an hour later, Chu Hen arrived at the test transfer station. The transfer station was located halfway up a mountain. A few large, antique pavilions stood there, connected by long corridors. The red stone pillars had lost their original bright color under the corrosion of time. The center of the pavilions was surrounded by a garden, but there were no flowers in the garden, only weeds. A woman in her 30s stood in the pavilion in the garden. In front of her was a square table, and on the table was a pile of unopened scrolls. This time, Chu Hen was not the first to complete the mission. There were a few people in front of him who were handing in their missions. After all, they had spent a lot of time searching for the lava rock beast, and studying the black stone had also taken up some time. Of course, it didn't matter who was first or second, as long as they could complete the mission. However, the arrival of Chu Hen attracted the attention of a few people in front of him. Everyone looked at him in surprise. However, there was no one among them that Chu Hen knew, so there was no communication to speak of. Soon, the few people in front of him had completed their missions. When it was Chu Hen's turn, the middle-aged woman calmly repeated what she had said before. "Give me the mission scroll." Chu Hen handed the scroll to her. "Did you get the lava rock beast's blood essence?" "Yes." Chu Hen nodded and handed the transparent glass bottle of red liquid to the woman. The latter took it, opened the bottle, and checked it carefully. It was easy to fake a mission, like hunting for the blood essence of a demon. After all, the blood looked the same. It was hard to guarantee that no one would use the blood essence of another demon to pass the mission. That's right, it's the lava rock beast's blood essence. Congratulations on becoming an inner sect disciple. There was a hint of admiration in the middle-aged woman's voice. After all, among the official disciples, there were not many who could kill a level 1 beast king like the lava rock beast. If she knew that the lava rock beast that Chu Hen killed was a level 3 beast king, she would be even more surprised. And inner court disciple. This meant that Chu Hen had advanced from an ordinary disciple to the middle ranks of the pyramid. He would be able to enjoy good treatment and fostering in the 1,000 Crane sect. "What's your name?" "Chu Hen." "Oh." The woman's eyes lit up slightly. Just like the man at the first transfer station, she was slightly surprised. "Haha, with your ability, you can directly participate in the hall disciple competition." Chu Hen smiled and said, "It's better to follow the procedure." "You're very good." The woman praised, and then she withdrew a golden book and found Chu Hen's name on it. She tapped it lightly with the tip of her finger, and Chu Hen's name lit up and flickered with faint golden light. Do I accept a new mission? Or do I return to the 1,000 Crane sect? The woman felt like she was asking too many questions after she finished speaking. Without waiting for Chu Hen to reply, he pointed at the square table not far away from them. "Choose a mission scroll yourself." Chu Hen faintly smiled, and shook his head. He casually took a scroll, opened it, and glanced at it. The middle-aged woman didn't ask Chu Hen what the mission was about. Next is the test to become a Hall disciple. The test will officially begin in approximately 2 hours. At that time, the older generation of inner court disciples of our sect will also participate. You might meet them during the process of the test. Chu Hen opened his eyes slightly. It had been 4 hours before, and now it was 2 hours. However, he was the first to complete the mission before. This time it wasn't him. The time difference in the test was only based on the first disciple to enter the next round. That was why it was different from before. I understand, Chu Hen replied. Since you're a newcomer this year, I have to remind you. Go on. The middle-aged woman looked straight at Chu Hen and said seriously, the palace disciples are the elite talents of the sect. Every palace disciple has a good standard in all aspects. So, the difficulty of the mission that inner sect disciples have to complete to break through to the palace disciple realm is extremely high. Apart from dealing with all kinds of unexpected situations, you also have to be careful of your own people. Be careful of your own people? Chu Hen was stunned. He looked at the woman in confusion and asked, What do you mean? Figure it out yourself. I won't say anything else. Chu Hen felt a little helpless. Sometimes the most frustrating thing was to not finish what one wanted to say. Then, Chu Hen left the test transfer station and flew to the next test site. As the test site for inner disciples to become a Hall disciple, this area was deep in the jungle of Mount Mang. The monsters that appeared here were of very high levels. Beast kings of level 1 and above appeared more frequently. Moreover, there were poisonous fog, poisonous insects, snakes, and ants everywhere. Chu Hen was still thinking about the words that the middle-aged woman had just said. However, at this moment, Chu Hen could roughly guess what she was referring to. The so-called be careful of your own people was most likely referring to the fact that many of the missions here were repeated. A few people, or even more than a dozen people, received the same kind of mission. Then, when the resources to complete the mission were relatively small, there would be a situation where people would compete with each other. Furthermore, the mission assessment only recognized the scroll, not the person. For example, if one completed the mission, but someone else did not, then someone else could forcefully snatch the scroll and the results of the mission before one reached the transfer station. In order to become a Hall disciple, people would definitely think of all kinds of ways to climb up. Of course, he believed that no one would dare to snatch Chu Hen's scroll and the results of the mission. Then, Chu Hen opened the scroll in his hand again. Similarly, there was a new map and new mission instructions. Obtain at least 3 thunder cherry grasses. Thunder cherry grasses. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed. To be honest, he had only heard of the name of this grass, but he had never seen it before. It was said that it was a kind of strange material that contained the power of thunder and lightning. Each thunder cherry grass was sold for more than 100,000 high-grade crystals, and it was often priceless. The main thing was that he did not know what the thunder cherry grasses looked like, so it was somewhat difficult for Chu Hen. Chapter 430. Blackwater River, Thunderclap Region. The Darkwing Flood Dragon and Sakura Grass. This was the answer Chu Hen obtained from a few inner court disciples of the Thousand Crane sect after he failed to find any thunder sakura grass. In the southwest direction of the Mang Mountain Forest, there was a Blackwater River. The Blackwater River was shrouded in a thunder domain all year round. There grew a peculiar thunder-attributed flower called the thunder primrose grass. However, the Darkwing Flood Dragon was referring to a formidable, ferocious beast called the Darkwing Black Flood Dragon that resided within the Blackwater River. Even an immature Darkwing Flood Dragon possessed a strength no inferior to a rank 2 Beast King, and an adult Darkwing Flood Dragon could even attain rank 3 or 4. It was even to the extent that some rather fortunate Darkwing Flood Dragons could break through to become high-rank Beast Kings. Based on this, It seemed like it was quite dangerous to complete this test. Of course, this proved that the palace disciples of the Thousand Crane sect were of comparatively higher quality. Chu Hen arrived at the Blackwater River according to the guidance of the others. It was grand and surged with waves. The Blackwater River was a vast and wide river that passed through the mountains. It flowed through the peaks of the mountains and forests, and it was rather imposing. Just as he'd heard earlier, the area where the Blackwater River resided was enveloped by a lightning region all year round. A dense expanse of dark clouds blotted out the sky, and it was gloomy as if it was pressing down upon the sky. It gave others an uneasy feeling that they would be able to touch the clouds if they raised their heads, and they were worried that it would collapse at any moment. Lightning interweaved amidst the extremely gloomy clouds, and the dense bolts of lightning were like silver snakes that flicked their tongues incessantly. Lightning interweaved while thunder rumbled. Boundless, destructive, and violent aura filled this expanse of space. The sky where lightning interweaved formed a contrast with the mountains and rivers below. The Blackwater River wasn't black at all, but it revealed a gloomy and cold dark color when it was enveloped by the gloomy and dark clouds. The sky above the Blackwater River was similarly covered by an area of lightning, and bolts of lightning shot down like the rage of the god of lightning. At this moment, Chu Hen was on a verdant mountain range. The banks of the Blackwater River were a few tens of meters ahead. The riverbed of the Black River was about 100 meters wide. On the opposite side of the river was a majestic mountain peak. The peak of the mountain range was connected to the dark clouds that covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like a forbidden zone of death, causing people to look at it from afar, not daring to approach it, and even more so, not daring to cross it. Where does the thunder cherry grass grow? Chu Hen's eyebrows slightly wrinkled as he softly muttered to himself. At this moment, a loud noise entered Chu Hen's ears. It was the sound of the crowd talking. Chu Hen's figure moved, flashing to the back of another mountain. Then, a dozen young figures appeared in his line of sight. Li Nanhai? Chu Hen's eyelids lifted as he felt a little surprised. Li Nanhai and Ji Se, whom he knew, were among the group of people. They were both standing on the banks of the Blackwater River, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the towering mountain on the other side of the river. Were these people all here for the thunder primrose grass? Chu Hen thought to himself. Then his gaze swept across the mountain on the other side of the river. As he focused, his eyes lit up. He saw that a few tens of meters above the mountain peak there was a dark-colored lawn, and there was a strange grass growing on the lawn. The grass was light green, and its color was clearly brighter than the flowers and plants around it. It looked a little like a sakura flower, and its petals were in full bloom with faint silver electric arcs flowing. From afar, it looked like the stars in the night sky. Although he had never seen the thunder cherry grass before, Chu Hen was almost certain that it was what he was looking for. At the same time, Li Nanhai, Ji Se, and the others who were on the banks of the river seemed to be having a discussion. "Hey, Li Nanhai, I think you should go back as soon as possible. With your strength, you won't be able to get the thunder cherry grass." The one who spoke was a fair-skinned young man with a pair of triangular eyes. Regardless of whether it was his tone or his gaze, there was a trace of contempt. Li Nanhai frowned and replied in a low voice, "Zhang Rong, I don't like hearing such words from you. Since everyone's goal is to become a hall disciple, why do you have to undermine others' confidence?" "Hee, I'm not trying to undermine you. I'm just advising you not to waste time here and think of other ways." "Humph, even if I can't get the thunder cherry grass, do you, Zhang Rong, have the ability?" Li Nanhai retorted without holding back. Zhang Rong crossed his arms in front of him, looking a little proud. I naturally have a way." "Oh!" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with questioning gazes. Zhang Rong raised his brows and looked at the sky above the Black River. "I've carefully observed for a while, and it's not that there's no way to cross this Black River." "What way?" "Hurry up and say it. Don't keep us in suspense." An impatient young man said. Zhang Rong smiled faintly. It's very simple. You guys will use the lightning attracting technique to transfer the power of the lightning to your weapons. Then the fastest person will fly to the other side and pick the thunder primrose grass to rush back. A person with such speed? Everyone was stunned. That impatient young man said, "Aren't you the fastest person here?" Zhang Rong was even more proud. He smiled. "That's right. I need you guys to cooperate with me. After I get the thunder cherry grass, I'll split it with you guys. But he must be excluded." Zhang Rong pointed at Li Nanhai. Hua! Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this isolating Li Nanhai? Everyone couldn't help but hesitate. After all, they were all from the same sect. Even if they didn't lower their heads, they would still see each other. Li Nanhai sneered. "Humph, Zhang Rong, don't talk nonsense here. Don't think too highly of yourself. Even if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't cooperate with a narrow-minded person like you." Hee, that's what you said. If you had begged me just now, I might have taken back what I said before. Now let me tell you clearly. You will never have the chance to become a Hall disciple in this lifetime. You? Li Nanhai clenched his fists. The veins on his forehead bulged. What? Do you want to fight? Let's fight. I'm a coward if I'm afraid of you. That's enough. Stop arguing. Zhang Rong, I'll cooperate with you. That impatient young man took the initiative to express his stance. I agree too. I'll cooperate with you. Apart from GC. The rest of the people stood on Zhang Rong's side. After all, the position of a Hall disciple was too tempting for them. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to get the thunder cherry grass and complete the test as soon as possible. Junior Sister C. What about you? Zhang Rong smiled playfully. G.C. frowned slightly and pouted unhappily. Why do you care? Seeing that G.C. was on his side, Li Nanhai felt more or less comforted. Among the dozen people in front of him, there was no lack of people who were close to him. However, all of them were helping Zhang Rong to exclude him in order to become a Hall disciple. This made Li Nanhai feel bad. However, he did not reveal his depressed feelings. He did not want to lower his head in front of Zhang Rong. Humph. Zhang Rong snorted. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. With that, Zhang Rong looked back at the people behind him and said, I'll make a plan. All of you have to listen carefully. This is not a joke. Everyone nodded, and they all revealed expressions of caution and anticipation. TSK. Be careful of being struck by lightning. Seer scolded softly. Then she looked back at Li Nanhai and said, Senior Brother Li, don't lower yourself to their level. Even if you can't become a Hall disciple this year, there's still next year. If you can't become a Hall disciple next year, there's still the year after. The sect will definitely see your hard work. One day, we will definitely be able to enter the Hall. Li Nanhai's heart warmed slightly. He nodded firmly. I will. Chu Hen, who was hidden in the dark, quietly watched the scene in front of him. He had no intention of showing himself immediately. He also wanted to see how Zhang Rong would pass through the lightning region above the Blackwater River and pick the thunder primrose grass. To be honest, this test was very challenging for ordinary inner sect disciples. However, in Chu Hen's eyes, it did not seem too difficult. After a while, Zhang Rong and the others finished their discussion. Everyone's faces were filled with confidence. Do you all understand your roles? There's no need for me to repeat it, right? Zhang Rong said. Don't worry. You can leave such a small matter to us, one of them replied. After all, they were all inner sect disciples. Whether it was talent or ability, they were more outstanding in all aspects. Very good. When I say start, all of you will move immediately. Okay. Everyone nodded their heads and took out their respective weapons one after another. Vigorous true essence poured into their weapons, and a variety of dazzling colors blossomed from within. The Blackwater River seemed to be able to sense the provocation of the people in front of it. The waves rolled, and the black tide stacked up. In the sky, powerful lightning pillars were constantly shot out. Rumble. The mighty power of wind and thunder was like an army of thousands of men and horses galloping. No one dared to take even half a step forward. Needless to say, Zhang Rong was quite courageous. There was not the slightest hint of fear on his face. He glanced sideways at Li Nanhai, and his lips curled into a frivolous smile. He watched carefully. Move. Rumble. As soon as the word move was uttered, the dozen or so people beside Zhang Rong all unleashed a surging aura. Each of their eyes revealed a sharp glint. Without saying a word, they threw their weapons toward the sky above the Blackwater River. Chapter 431. Boom! When everyone threw the weapons in their hands into the air above the Black River, the aura in Zhang Rong's body suddenly surged. His figure moved, and he shot out like a streak of light towards the other side of the river. Clang! However, as soon as he entered the vicinity of the Black River, the lightning that enveloped the sky immediately set off an extremely violent power. In an instant, more than a dozen terrifying lightning bolts that were as thick as water tanks descended from the sky. The vast destructive aura all whistled down, and the space seemed to tremble endlessly. Zhang Rong frowned and shouted sternly, "Activate the lightning attracting technique." "Understood." Everyone's eyes turned cold, but they were already prepared. A powerful aura exploded from their bodies. The Yuan Dan in their bodies rotated rapidly, and surging true origin energy was continuously released. Buzz! Immediately, the dozen weapons that flew above the Black River all shone brightly. Swords, spears, swords, and halberds released a strong wave of energy. Under everyone's control, more than a dozen weapons floated dozens of meters above Zhang Rong. They were divided into 8 directions and spun rapidly like a lantern. The originally chaotic airflow of heaven and earth became even more rapid and violent. Brilliant light patterns blossomed from those weapons, connecting head to tail, front to back, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a strange formation with a diameter of more than 50 meters, however. At the same time, more than a dozen powerful lightning bolts that were as thick as water tanks shot over. They were so powerful and fast that it made everyone's scalp tingle. Lightning attracting technique. Activate. Everyone shouted in unison. Buzz. Just a second before the dozen lightning bolts were about to hit Zhang Rong, the beautiful formation actually set off a powerful traction force. The lightning bolts that were supposed to strike Zhang Rong changed their trajectory and bombarded the formation. A deafening sound exploded in the sky. The incomparably powerful thunder and lightning blossomed like fireworks, turning into silver arcs that filled the sky. They spread out along the lines of the lightning-attracting formation and quickly entered the dozen or so weapons. Chi-chi! The concentrated power of thunder and lightning covered all the weapons, like silver snakes coiling around them, emitting an extremely restless aura. The bodies of the dozen-plus people on the riverbank trembled slightly. They actually faintly felt that they were unable to control the impact of this powerful lightning force. Zhang Rong, hurry up. The power of this lightning is too strong. We can't hold on for long. One of the men shouted. I know. Zhang Rong did not hesitate in the slightest. After all, he was the one who was beneath the thunder dominion. Even if he was just a small step slower, it could bring about devastating damage to him. Swish! Zhang Rong increased his speed to the maximum. The rapid and chaotic airflow whistled in his ears. He immediately crossed the 100-meter-wide riverbank and successfully reached the mountain wall on the other side. This method was feasible. Everyone's eyes lit up. Li Nanhai and G.C. also faintly revealed some emotions on their faces. Although they didn't want to see the other party succeed, it was undeniable that Zhang Rong's ability was indeed stronger than Li Nanhai's. Rumble! Following that, more than 20 menacing lightning pillars struck down in a row. Whether it was speed or momentum, this round of power far surpassed the first round of attacks. The dark sky of the Blackwater River Zone was instantly illuminated incomparably bright. Clang! An incomparably loud sound rang out. The lightning attracting formation suspended in the sky above the water zone once again suffered an extremely powerful impact. The entire void trembled violently. The traction of the lightning attracting technique once again guided the power over, and through the formation runes it was sent to the dozen or so weapons around it. Dazzling lightning quickly climbed up those weapons. Their entire bodies were covered in lightning, and crackling sounds could be heard. Kacha! Suddenly, dense cracks appeared on the bodies of one of the sharp swords and one of the broadswords. Under the impact of this violent power, the two weapons seemed to be unable to withstand the bombardment of this destructive energy. The owners of the two weapons trembled violently. Their faces became as pale as paper. At the same time, the blood in their bodies surged, and a faint trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. Not good. The two of them can't hold on any longer. Hang in there. Zheng Rong, hurry up. Everyone was extremely anxious, and their brows were knit together like two dead silkworms. The lightning attracting technique used their weapons as a support, and everyone's strength was linked to their weapons. Once their weapons couldn't hold on any longer, they would be affected as well. However, they'd underestimated the destructive power of the lightning. However, as inner court disciples of the Thousand Cranes sect, they weren't too weak. The others erupted with powerful auras once more, and they ceaselessly released their true origin energy to stabilize the lightning attracting formation with all their might. Zhang Rong's expression changed repeatedly when he saw this, and then a cold look flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly flashed over to the lawn where the thunder cherry grass grew, and then a powerful suction force erupted from his palm. After that, the thunder cherry grass instantly left the ground and fell into Zhang Rong's hand. Zhang Rong's heart thumped violently when he obtained the thunder cherry grass, and his eyes were filled with wild joy. Right at this moment, an icy cold wave swept over. In the sky, the third wave of violent lightning was silently brewing with a monstrous aura that struck terror into the hearts of all. Let's go. Zhang Rong practically didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and immediately returned the way he came from as quickly as he could. Rumble. The sky dimmed down as thunder rumbled. Black water surged, and huge waves surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the third wave of destructive energy swept through the sky above the surging dark clouds with a shocking might as it assaulted them. To everyone's surprise, there was only a single bolt of lightning this time, but it was black in color. It was extremely strange. Even though there was only a single bolt of black lightning that was over 10 meters wide, the aura it emanated was even more shocking than the previous two waves. Bang! Immediately after, the incomparably furious black lightning struck the center of the lightning-attracting formation. A heavy explosion shook the heavens, and it caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. Light intersected with each other as boundless impact swept down. The lightning energy that covered the sky dispersed, and the lightning-attracting formation was blasted apart on the spot. What? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The ferocious aftershock swept out in all directions, and then the weapons were blasted into pieces and flew about in all directions. Among them, there were even a few low-level weapons that exploded into pieces that filled the sky. Bang, bang, the dozen people on the riverbank were also affected. More than half of them spat out blood and fell backwards. The remaining few people's faces were dark red, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Swoosh! Zhang Rong took advantage of this opportunity and left several afterimages in the air. Finally, he returned to the riverbank without any mishap. He had succeeded in the end, although the price he had to pay was relatively high. Chu Hen, who was hidden in the dark, saw everything that had just happened. He secretly nodded in his heart. He had to admit that these people had some ability. However, Chu Hen was more concerned about the third bolt of black lightning that struck down. Its power was indeed shocking. You've worked hard, everyone. Zhang Rong had a complacent smile on his face. Tisk, what's there to be proud of? G.C.R., who was standing beside Li Nanhai, rolled her eyes at him. The others were in a more difficult situation, and their faces were all gloomy. Everyone's weapons had been blasted away, and more than half of them were seriously injured. It was really unpleasant. On second thought, it was worth it to complete the test and become a hall disciple with the Thunder Cherry Grass. Give us the Thunder Cherry Grass, one of them said in a low voice. Zhang Rong smiled and glanced at Li Nanhai with disdain. Then he took out a bunch of beautiful thunder cherry grass flowing with silver lightning patterns and placed it in front of everyone as if he was showing off. Everyone's eyes lit up at first, but then they all frowned. Why is there so little? How many people can share it? The impatient young man asked. Zhang Rong only had a dozen thunder cherry grass in his hands, and it was not enough for each person. Moreover, if they wanted to complete the test this time, they would need at least 3 thunder cherry grass. I only got this much. Zhang Rong's voice carried a hint of disdain. Then he took 3 of the thunder cherry grass and handed the rest to everyone. Take it and share it. What do you mean? Didn't we agree before that we will help you divert the lightning, and you will help us pick the thunder cherry grass? Are you trying to trick us with this little thing? That's right. You must help us gather all the thunder cherry grass. Xingrong, don't go back on your words. Everyone was somewhat annoyed. After all, in order to create an opportunity for Zhang Rong, not only were they seriously injured, even their weapons were destroyed. After paying such a high price, they still couldn't gather all the thunder cherry grass. Wasn't this going too far? However, Zhang Rong did not look embarrassed at all. Facing the injured people, Zhang Rong did not put them in his eyes at all. He laughed coldly. You guys saw it just now. It's not that I don't want to help you gather all the thunder cherry grass, but I can only get this much. It's impossible for me to go over. Whether you want the thunder cherry grass or not, and how you want to distribute it, it's up to you. I can't care about anything else. Zhang Rong directly cut him off. To put it simply, he only wanted the thunder cherry grass, and he would think of a way to get the rest. Everyone's expression turned even more gloomy, and at the same time, the atmosphere became extremely strange. After a short silence, the young man closest to Zhang Rong reached out and grabbed the thunder cherry grass in his hand. Chapter 432. I want 3 of them. After a strange silence, the young man who was closest to Zhang Rong reached out for the thunder cherry grass in Zhang Rong's hand. However, before he could even touch the thunder cherry grass, the other person next to him scolded coldly. What right do you have to take 3 of them? Each of us contributed as much as you did. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to lecture me? I'm taking the thunder cherry grass today. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The moment the 2 of them disagreed, a powerful and restless aura erupted from their bodies. Without any hesitation, they sent out palm energies toward each other. Bang! When the 4 palms collided, a chaotic airflow burst out and the scattered true origin energy spread wantonly to the surroundings. The other people also took the opportunity to reach for the thunder cherry grass in Zhang Rong's hand. Each of them had a ruthless expression like a hungry wolf. All of you, get lost. F***CK off. The thunder cherry grass is mine. Everyone could not come to an agreement and decided to use violence to solve the problem. Zhang Rong sneered and glanced at them mockingly. Then he threw the few thunder cherry grass in his hand into the air. You guys fight for it yourselves. I'm not going to accompany all of you. After saying that, Zhang Rong's figure moved and he retreated from the chaotic battlefield. Looking at the thunder cherry grasses that were scattered in the sky, everyone's eyes glowed red. They immediately ignored their injuries and began to fight for the thunder cherry grasses. In an instant, the shore of the surging Blackwater River had already sunk into an intense, chaotic battle. Powerful true origin and dazzling lights collided wantonly like rainbows. Dust flew up and rocks flew everywhere. The mighty momentum was not inferior to the power of the lightning net in the sky. Earlier, everyone was cooperating with each other and had a clear division of labor. In just a blink of an eye, they were fighting because of the unequal distribution of benefits. Moreover, each of their moves was ruthless and ruthless, showing no mercy at all. Soon, a few people who were more seriously injured could not hold on and were defeated. Bang! A young man with a weak build was sent flying dozens of meters by a tall and sturdy man. He heavily crashed into a huge rock, and scarlet blood continuously gushed out of his mouth. Humph! You dare to snatch something from me? You're courting death. The burly man had a smug smile on his face as he snatched the thunder cherry grass. But before he could celebrate, an overbearing palm energy that was as powerful as a mountain hit his back. Bang! The man was caught off guard and was sent flying like a sandbag. His whole body trembled and blood gushed out of his mouth like a gush of water. Stop fighting! Li Nanhai and G.C. who were watching from the sidelines, frowned in disbelief. These people were all disciples who had a good relationship with each other, and some of them had even gone through thick and thin together. He never expected that they would actually fight to the death for something like this. Since Li Nanhai's persuasion was futile, he tried to forcefully separate the crowd. However, before he could make a move, one of them raised his palm and blasted it towards him. Li Nanhai's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. The violent palm energy directly blasted a 10-meter-wide pit in the ground in front of him. Don't even think about snatching my thunder cherry grass. That person glared fiercely at Li Nanhai. You! Li Nanhai was furious. He clenched his fists and frowned. I'm not trying to snatch your thunder cherry grass. We're all disciples. Why must we fight to the death? Scram! The other party completely ignored Li Nanhai's kind words. Li Nanhai then turned his gaze towards Zhang Rong, who had retreated to a hillside. At this moment, Zhang Rong could be said to be proud of himself. He smiled playfully as he looked at the people fighting in front of him. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Rong was the only one who had the upper hand. Everyone else was being used by the other party. Zhang Rong, how can you still laugh? Li Nanhai angrily rebuked. Zhang Rong sneered disdainfully. What? What do you have to say? This is all because of you. You've achieved your goal, and now you want to stay out of it? Then Li Nanhai turned his gaze to the rest and shouted, You've all been used by Zhang Rong. He only cares about himself after obtaining the thunder cherry grass, and he doesn't care about you at all. Now you're fighting among yourselves. How foolish of you! Hee, you're the one who's the most foolish. Zhang Rong didn't care at all. His strength was the highest among the group, and almost everyone was injured. No one dared to challenge him, let alone snatch the thunder primrose grass from his hands. Even if everyone calmed down and waited for their injuries to recover before arguing with Zhang Rong. But by then, Zhang Rong would already be a Hull disciple. With his status and the generous treatment he received from the sect, Zhang Rong would quickly distance himself from them in all aspects. Therefore, everyone knew very well that there was nothing they could do to Zhang Rong. Since there was no other way, they could only fight for the opportunity to become a Hull disciple from the few thunder cherry grasses. Senior Brotherly, don't bother about this. G.C. understood Li Nanhai and knew that he was a good person. Otherwise, with his current state, he could directly snatch 3 thunder cherry grasses from those people. However, not only did Li Nanhai not do so, but he also tried his best to dissuade them. This was enough to show his character. Whether they live or die, they asked for it. Seer complained. Li Nanhai sighed helplessly. Looking at the increasingly chaotic situation, he finally shook his head. Forget it, let's go. Okay, Seer nodded. This time, we'll go back and cultivate even harder. We'll continue the assessment next year. Li Nanhai laughed bitterly in a self-deprecating manner. He did not say anything more and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a chuckle with a hint of flirtatious indifference was heard. Hee hee, Senior Brother Li, you're really not suitable to become a Hall disciple. You? Li Nanhai's eyebrows furrowed at first, but quickly lifted. His eyes brightened as he said, Junior Brother Chu Hen? Why are you here? What? Chu Hen? Hearing these two words, the people who were fighting for the Thunder Cherry Grasses were instantly shocked. Chu Hen smiled and said, Naturally, I'm here to complete the task. What's your task? Thunder Cherry Grasses. Hua! As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Their eyes were filled with fear and vigilance. Zheng Rong, who was on the other side, could not help but clench his fists with a solemn look in his eyes. Chu Hen's strength was something that everyone present was extremely clear about. He defeated Meng Hong, who was ranked third in the hall, with a single illusion. Chu Hen's cultivation was so strong that even if everyone present were to work together, they would not be his opponent. If he wanted to snatch the Thunder Primrose Grass, even Zheng Rong's portion would be spat out. However, Chu Hen did not even look at Zheng Rong and the rest. He only looked at Li Nanhai and Ji and said, If the two of you work together, you'll be able to obtain 6 Thunder Cherry Grasses. The opportunity to become a Hall disciple is right in front of you, but you want to turn around and leave. Even I can't stand this good guy anymore. Li Nanhai was a little embarrassed. I just want to become a Hall disciple with my own strength. But if you entered the Hall a year earlier, the improvement in your cultivation would be much greater than if you continued to be an inner disciple. When it's time to be ruthless, you still have to be ruthless. What do you think? Li Nanhai was a little hesitant. After a short moment of hesitation, he still shook his head. I have ruthlessness, but that's against my enemies. I really can't do it to my own people. After listening to Li Nanhai's answer, Chu Hen smiled. He had to admit that Li Nanhai was a very frank and straightforward person. Although he was a little promiscuous, this kind of person was not annoying. All right, I'll help you this time. What? Li Nanhai was stunned. Chu Hen smiled and stepped forward to pat Li Nanhai's shoulder. Then his figure moved and disappeared like a phantom. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew toward the area above the Black River. Everyone's heart followed Chu Hen's movement and was startled. However, when they saw that Chu Hen did not come for them, they slightly breathed a sigh of relief. Rumble. As soon as Chu Hen arrived above the Black River, huge waves immediately piled up and fierce winds wreaked havoc. High up in the sky, surging dark clouds flickered with lightning. In the next moment, dozens of incomparably berserk bolts of lightning with earth-shattering power came down vertically and struck towards Chu Hen. The incomparably powerful destructive aura pressed down like a mountain, giving people the feeling that the sky was about to collapse. However, there was not the slightest hint of fear on Chu Hen's face. His fierce eyes narrowed, and with a move of his palm, a strange blue rune condensed in his hand. Water Curse Seal, Chu Hen shouted in his mind. Boom! In an instant, a huge water ball with a diameter of more than 50 meters immediately appeared in the area above Chu Hen. Within the water ball, a soft light flickered and restless energy. Fluctuations were like the undercurrents of the deep sea, obscure and powerful. Clang! Then the dozens of lightning bolts as thick as water tanks all bombarded the huge water ball. The extremely powerful destructive force immediately dispersed, and dense lightning arcs rapidly spread out on the surface of the water ball like a light net. Zap zap! Crisscrossing electric patterns covered the water ball, and the crystal clear water ball shone brilliantly. From a distance, it looked like there were countless small silver snakes swimming inside, and the dazzling brilliance illuminated the chaotic sky. Everyone on the river bank widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with deep astonishment. How could he block the impact of the lightning so easily?